It would help if I unmuted myself. Anyway, let's get this ball rolling, shall we? It's another Lurkit special, as you can see in the title. I was actually offered this key rather than requesting this key, so that was wonderful. I did, however, forget one thing, so give me one quick second to fix that, and then we'll get into this. Because guess who forgot to set up his Lurkit command today? It was this guy. One who's complaining that he forgot things. So don't touch that command yet. Just give me one quick second to edit it, and then you will be able to play with that. But hopefully everybody's doing well today. I'm holding together, as y'all are used to. And I am looking forward to showing you guys this one, because it caught my eye when the demos were going around. Not last Next Fest, but the one before it. And it actually worked out in a very funny way as far as this game goes. I just got an upgrade for the graphics card, as y'all have probably heard in the social medias. The funny thing is, this game didn't run that well for me when I ran the demo. Having the new card has made this game run infinitely smoother. So it's funny how the key happens to get offered to me right after that fix happened. Like, it's just a convenient set of coincidences that all happen to line up on that one. But the Lurkit command should be working now. I'm going to test it for you all right here, so you all get to see the new... Yeah, there we go. That leads you to the store page. It'll also potentially be tracked by Lurkit, judging from the way that URL reads. It's not the same URL I'm used to seeing for Lurkit stuff, but it does lead to where it belongs to. Like, I will check that again myself right now. There we go. It takes me to the proper place, so we're good. So, to get us actually on track properly, couple things I wanted to show off in the options menu before we went anywhere. Specifically, the fact that there's a thunderstorm volume slider in this game. I appreciate that. Too many games have their thunderstorms set to either their ambient or music or whatever slider they wish, and then you end up having to ruin the rest of the audio to not be deafened by the in-game thunderstorms. So that's great. You've got full control of your airship swaying and your head bob strength. That's all nice. Got a good amount of graphics settings that I have tinkered with to get to a safe position. I think I went a little under because I'm still used to the old graphics card, but it's better to be under than over. Now, with no further ado, let's get into this. You'll notice there are a bunch of difficulty settings as well, which is quite nice. We'll be sticking with normal, because to my knowledge, there's currently no combat in the game yet, so really, I would argue that it would be better for me to play it on easy, but I'd rather keep the normal rates just so you guys get to see what the game is as standard. Certainly not playing it on permadeath, because one slip and we lose everything, and I just am not dealing with that. And you'll understand what I mean by one slip very soon. There will be no other end of the world. System Miltwit. It's a song on the end of the world. Oh god, the audio is freaking out a little bit here for some reason. It didn't do that in testing, so I apologize for that. There it goes. That's not great. I probably shouldn't have landed like that. Well, yep. Graceful landing for us, everybody. Here we are. Go ahead and grab that first aid kit, because I'm probably gonna need that. What's this say? After months of silence, Sagittarius 2 sent a distress signal and fell silent again. This is our only chance. No one knows what awaits you there, but if there's a chance that they have found a cure, then maybe we can survive. Find the cure at all costs. The fate of us all depends on you, the Ark. Yeah, things aren't great right now. there's, I think, like a disease or something that's running rampant, and that's gonna be the main crux of our whole goal here, is finding a cure.
We arrived at the source of the signal.
As you can see, things down here on Earth, they look great. Everything's fine. I've definitely seen some towns that look like this. Yep. Nothing wrong here. Everything's fine. We are a little dinged up from the landing.
Symptoms of a virus activity detected. Check your health regularly.
We're also a little plagued. It's fine. Just gonna start picking things up. It'll be okay. Probably. Maybe. I'm gonna be taking it slow, mostly because I don't particularly care for how much louder you get when you're sprinting, and I dislike the noise that ends up happening from you, like, panting like you're dying after you sprint a little bit. There's also no need to rush. I'd rather walk around and take things in. There's gonna be a lot to take in this world. This. It's all gone to hell. Everything's been screwed up since we went down there. Our immunity's decreasing, we're getting sicker and running out of energy. Our equipment is malfunctioning, then there's this Noah situation. We should never have sent this expedition. Our place is on the space station. Power blew out again and the door is locked. I'll check if the beacon tower is a compatible battery. So yeah, they've been having a wonderful time down here. I guess they were sent down before we were, and unfortunately we were the next sucker to draw the short straw. This is a prime example of what I was talking about with the whole one slip and you'd lose everything. Yeah, not really a favorable outcome there. Wouldn't really be my favorite choice, all things considered. Just keeping tabs on things on other screens and all that good stuff, so bear with me while I keep things in good order. Well, I think we found one of the people. They're a little jerkified now. Probably been here for a while. But they do have a power box with a battery that I can steal. I'm sure, or we don't need that power for anything, right? I'm sure it's fine. Wouldn't want to be lugging around those bags of concrete. I wonder if this place was a wreck before they got here, or if they made this place a wreck. I'm going to assume it was a wreck when they got here. And just became more of a wreck. Just quickly clearing a notification so it's not distracting me. As per usual. So that's where we came in here from. Oh no, that was where we came in here from. We do actually want to go up. And you may be noticing that I ignored like some yellow containers on the ground. Don't worry about those, we'll be coming back for them. Oh yeah, I need to touch the computer first. That's the thing. See this computer? Can't do anything with it because there's no power. Slap that battery we stole in though, and now we can access the computer. Our box. We didn't get the cure, but we found out that 400 years ago, before the calamity, research was conducted and something was discovered. We came down under the dust and we were so close. That's when it all started going to hell. Noah went crazy and started hearing voices. That bastard stole all data, airship, and broke our equipment. He left us to die and fled to his hideout on Greenhouse Tower. He's dangerous as all hell. The communication parts are not working. They're blocked out by something from within, but we can't determine what. It's as if this world doesn't want to let us send messages. The virus is wreaking havoc on our bodies and we're getting weaker and weaker. The conditions here are greatly accelerated its effects. If anyone reads this, beware. This world is not our home anymore. We are not welcome. Expedition Sagittarius 2. Well, that explains what happened to that expedition. We've also got our basic health parameters here. Your typical health, hunger and thirst, fatigue and stamina. And we also have descriptions of every item we encounter and every item we get any information on. Like this solid-state battery we stole, or the machine parts we've been scooping up everywhere, and the old canned water we found, which we will desperately be needing for a bit. Sadly, I cannot take the battery back after getting the information off the computer. But we have a to-do list that's telling us that we need to get the hell out of here now, as we realized this place sucks. You know, as if the constant ambient green and the giant floating tumbleweeds of metal and other materials weren't an indication that this place is a little screwbally. But now we can open the door because there's power. And abscond with even more things. Including another first aid kit. Huh. You know, I don't know what gives me this indication, but I think we found Noah's room. Given the description we encountered of Noah. Yep, Noah's madness. It's all because of this damn dust. Noah heard voices. He was mumbling about nature surviving everything, even the fall of the world. He said he knew what to do so he could return to Earth again. He wanted us to help him, to follow the voices in his head. Lunatic. We locked him in a cell for his own good, but the bastard hid the extractor and ran off while everyone was asleep. Clearly you didn't lock him up very good, considering there's no wall over here. Like, if he's crazy enough, he would probably be willing to grab that pipe, climb out, and then hop across to here, and he'd be golden. He'd be out of here. Really should have done a better job locking him up if he was that dangerous. Airship. Convenient. Just happens to be sitting there. Still in usable shape somehow. This'll be important. This insect lore. We're running out of food and water supplies. If only we had at least a few pots of those leafy locations. I had to think of another way. I prepared a lure that attracts moths living in the upper layers of dust. Just use it with the insect catcher on the airship, lower it and wait for prey. The food eaten raw is harmful. I'll leave a membrane for the water condenser just in case some water will be needed to cook the food with electric cooker. Just remember to filter it first. That's the membrane right there for the water extractor that they were talking about. I am defied by this piece of metal. Oh, fuck you, I have knees. Unlike many first-person protagonists, I have functioning knees. Yeah, what you gonna do now, oh piece of metal, huh? Eh, that's right, I can duck under you. Oh, or dead people. You know, you look much the same as the other one. I guess the virus has uniform effect upon people. Relatively uniform, anyway. Now, you might be wondering what all these are. These are just pools of dirty water. I could use them, but I'm going to prefer not to, as you might imagine. Since I think we can get enough clean water to be okay. I don't think this leads anywhere we haven't already been, but, you know, gotta look around. Gotta check. Yeah, because that's where we pulled the battery from right there. Which means this is the greenhouse we walked through before, which means we should climb back up before anything stupid happens. You know, ignoring the fact that going up there like that to begin with probably was already doing something stupid. Up there, down there, one of those directions. Going somewhere. Empty bottle will be great for filling with things like that. There's just a fabricator just chilling here, you know, just put that in my pocket. Airship to-do list. I've been building a new airship for 2 months since that bastard Noah got away with our equipment. If only my workshop hadn't collapsed, I would have already had the airship engine research completed. Placed a rudder on it. We just need to place the fabricator, craft a deck extractor, extract the wall blocking it in the workshop, and get the research station. And then, of course, expand the airship. This being the airship cabin right here. And the insect lure goes in this container right here. We'll go ahead and send that down while we do other things. And go ahead and put the condenser in there. And the fabricator can go ahead and live right here in this corner. Have that get started making our extractor.
Printing completed.
That didn't take long. Now, you might be wondering, well, what are you extracting? Just slap that down, moves like a turret, and you extract anything and everything you can get your grubby hands on. Like those yellow containers I was talking about before. Or the walls. You know, just everything. I did face it the wrong way, so I need to pick it back up. Which, thankfully, you can pick it up and place it freely. Oh, we got a bite on our lure. Come here, you. What do we got? A cabbage. Lettuce, cabbage. Close enough. Anything that's glowing yellow like this, you can pick up with the extractor, and you'll see what you're getting from it over there on the left. Including the flying tumbleweeds, which are metal and synthetic, as it turns out. Why there's tumbleweeds of material flying around on this world, I don't know. But I'm not above profiting from it. Out, submit to the gimme beam. The beam says gimme, so you're gonna goddamn gimme. Don't be surprised if I sit here and literally extract the everything, because I'm suspecting that I'm going to need a lot of material. So at the very least, everything that isn't a tumbleweed. Look at that thing go. Just spinning its way through space. Now you might be wondering why I haven't moved the airship. That's because there's one simple problem. Notice the fact that there's a distinct lack of any means of moving this thing at the moment. It's got a balloon, but nothing to, like, make it move forward or anything. So, that's a problem. It's a problem we'll be working on fixing. Because remember, the log said that there was no engine. And we had to get into this busted-up workshop here. And as it says now, we need to go get a research station from in here. Once again, using the mighty power of our functioning knees. Steal this battery. And this battery, too. I managed to repair the research station. There are a few old blueprints preserved on the memory card, but the most important one is the scanner. It's necessary to complete its research and craft it. After that, it should scan certain objects in the world so we can acquire more data for blueprint research. I need a battery to run the device. I dug out this old power box from the ruins. There should be some batteries inside. There sure was, and they're mine now. Thank you, dead person, for being very helpful in supplying me with that which I require. Go ahead and just put this big old little research station in my pocket. Because, you know, nothing wild about that idea, right? I'm sure everything's fine with that idea. We'll go ahead and slap it down in here. For now, it can go right next to the fabricator. Like that. We are definitely going to need to make this ship bigger, but it'll be okay. Slap a battery in, and now we can research. They weren't kidding when they said the scanner is important, so we'll be doing the scanner first. I have done this initial bit in testing, both to make sure the game ran as well as I'd want it to, and so I didn't fumble the most basic parts of the game. There will be plenty for me to fumble going forward, don't worry.
Printing completed.
Research finalized.
I'm just gonna research all of these things right quick, and we're gonna quickly pick up the extractor and bring it over here for a moment, because there's more things to grab. Take example of this big piece of support right here. We'll just go ahead and take that. I'm sure they don't need that anymore, right? I'm sure none of these things are important. Nothing bad's gonna happen from us removing these. Like that one over there. That one looks great to take out. Give me that. Yeah, fine, I'll take that first. Just pop that out of there. Oops. Well, that's a shame. That's fine. See, it didn't fall all the way over. It's okay. Everything's fine. It didn't need that. How about this one? Can I break things by taking this one too? Aww. And that one's out of range at the moment. Once we build an engine, we can do more damage. But pick that back up and put this back over here so it's not gonna get me killed. And now we can scan things.
Detected new objects requiring scanning.
Including corpses.
Research finalized.
Zenziron, age 47, specialty biologist, status deceased. Well, I could have figured that one out on my own. He comes from a family with a farming past. During the disaster, his ancestors designed and built rooftop farms. On the space station, he was involved in plant breeding. He was also a member of the medical staff. Well, that didn't really work out for him. In the expedition, he was responsible for examining biological samples. He was the one who was supposed to create a cure for the virus. Sadly, didn't get there. Dirty water container. We already discussed that whole situation.
Increasing.
Yes, I know I'm getting thirsty, game. It's okay. People get thirsty, and then they get over it. There we go. As you can see, you unlock recipes by scanning things, so don't be surprised if I walk all the way back through this whole place scanning everything that's glowing. Because I want to know everything. Teach me all of the things. I also want to learn about all the people. Sophia Sklarska, 54, engineer. A talented engineer, she has had a passion for electronics and automation from an early age. On the space station, she was responsible for life support systems. Her role in the expedition was to take care of the equipment and devices and use the found resources. We can't scan our airship because we already understand what that is. Go ahead and hop down from there. Nothing bad's gonna happen from that. Metal scaffolding. What I appreciate is it tells you what you need to disassemble the various things you see in the world as well. So you don't have to play the guessing game of like, well, what does this do? Expedition computer. And now at a glance we can tell what all these things are as well, thanks to having scanned them once before. Esther Windrose, 38, specialty navigator. Maps were her life. She studied the plans of the past. She could read much more from maps than just the topography of the land. On the space station, she was a logistician. She was in charge of creating plans for resource requirements and recycling. On the expedition, her mission was to guide exploration and map areas so far from home. Now, the mouse sensitivity is a little snappy in this, so don't be surprised if every now and then you see it shake a little bit just because my hand is twitching slightly. So just bear with me on that now and then. That must be the dust. All that stuff floating around over there. Now, I don't know how high up we actually are. Oh, my lettuce expired in my pocket. That's a shame. That might actually be a problem, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Look at the size of those moths. They've grown massive in humanity's time away from the planet. Anything worthwhile to learn from in here? Nope. We already know what that pod is. We landed in it. Every now and then you get games that are weird about that kind of thing. There's your heavy breathing from having run 5 feet. Now you know why I don't do that. Like, if there was anything I was gonna say I'm not happy with this game, it's probably that. But I get it. I'm not really, like, gonna complain about it. Just, like, look at it and go, why, a little bit. Nice poster. Go ahead and take that and put that in my pocket. There's the computer and everything we were just looking at. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to go look at. That's what I forgot to look at. It was back down here, right? I wanted to show y'all something that I found last time when I was testing this. All these pictures. You can scan Noah's drawings and learn a little bit about him. Noah's drawings from when he was locked in a cell by his fellow members of the expedition. Humanity, technology, and nature combine and blend together in these pictures. The point behind me scanning that was, it kind of shows that Noah might have been onto something. Even if his crew said he was crazy. He might not be entirely crazy. Let's go ahead and slap that up there. But now we have new research, specifically engine and fuel, from scanning the synthetic ball. And while that does its thing, we'll go ahead and use the gimme beam a little bit more. And yes, I'm going to keep calling it the gimme beam, because all I do is point at something and say gimme. And it's mine now. Now, I was initially confused by this, because I didn't acknowledge these tabs initially. So I couldn't find the engine. Because I thought those were just filters, not actually separate tabs. So, you know, keep your eyes open for that if you choose to pick up the game and play it yourselves. Go ahead and drink of water. We don't really want this anymore. Just yeet that into... I said I don't want that anymore. Yeet that into the stratosphere. Fine, it can stay there. No one can say I didn't try. But we've got at least one food ration, so I'm not too worried about starving right now. And we can eat the food ration and it counts for the quest, apparently. Now we've got an actual engine. So we'll just go ahead and slap that right there. Now you might be thinking, oh, we can just take off now, right? Nope, need fuel. Gotta make fuel first. Ship's not going anywhere without fuel.
Printing completed.
I keep thinking the printing's gonna take a while, and then it fools me by happening to be done already. Let's go and make another insect lure since we wasted the first charge of the one we do have.
Printing completed.
And we're gonna need food. Let's go ahead and fly a little bit. As you can see, you get your controls down there. We can't actually really go any higher at the moment. Our ship's a little limited in that way. Oh yeah, I didn't put the fuel in yet. Gotta walk back here and actually put them in the engines. There it is. Now we can leave. Away! Now you can conveniently lock your speed so it'll keep traveling without you needing to hold the button down.
Save humanity.
We're gonna go save all of the peoples, everybody, in our very slow airship. You can look around all you want, by the way, while you're flying. Look at that. Isn't that neat? All this stuff flying straight at us. I'm sure none of that's a problem. We could even, like, detach from this. Virus is still slowly killing us. We can even extract things while the ship's flying. And it's probably highly recommended to do so, all things considered. You know, as long as you don't crash the ship into anything while you're absconding with items and flying at the same time. We do want to adjust our heading. Oh no, we are actually flying right at it. I did it perfectly. Look at me go. We'll be there before too long. And I can't scan that. It's because of the glass of the shipping in the way? Yeah. Scan. Moth swarm. Moths forage in large groups to ensure their safety. Individuals separate from the flock to search for food and return when their hunger is satisfied. The swarm is vigilant and scatters whenever there's danger. Due to their poor eyesight, it might be possible to catch them with the proper equipment. Okay, unlock speed. And let's engage in docking maneuvers. We're a little high up, it looks like. And drop down just a little bit. I think we're still a little far off, so I'm gonna want to back the ship up a little bit and come in a little closer.
Hydration level is decreasing.
That looks decent. I think we might still have to jump. No, that actually looks pretty good. Maybe not. I stand by the pretty good, but it's not quite what I wanted.
Calories level is decreasing.
Oh, I need to take the thing out of the container before I can pick it up. Okay. I just wanted to pick it up so it wasn't between me and my jump here. There we go.
Uncharted area.
Looks a little spooky to jump back, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Analysis completed. Detected new objects requiring scanning.
I do like that it warns you when there's things to scan around. This way you don't have a situation where it's like, oh yeah, I should probably scan things. And then you don't end up actually scanning any of them. It's a nice little in-universe reminder. Broken turbine, which allows us to raise the ship up. A transformer. Not very in disguise, but you know, it'll be okay. Interesting plant life sticking out of the machinery here. I don't trust that not to just like have me clip through that, so I'm not gonna step on that. That's not going anywhere good. Okay, not going that way. I see a series of ladders here. Oh boy, almost fell through. This place is very overgrown. This ladder is a bit cramped. Hello, dead person. I see you have a thing on your face. Don't mind me if I scan the thing on your face. Flashlight. Okay, that sounds like it'll be useful. So I assume it'll get dark at some point. Speaking of useful... Yoink. Interesting thing to note, by the way. I flew out to this in the test I did as well. This was the last thing I did. The layout of this place is different than in my test file. So I think there's an amount of variation between files. So that's good news. Tiny. Welcome to a very, very pollinated looking green awful earth. Everything's gone a little wrong. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's a fair reaction to it. Just walking around scanning all the things, so I learn all the things. That guy died. I can't scan them for some reason. I could scan the other corpses, but I can't scan that one. They're just flashlight corpse. That's all we need to know about them, is they had a flashlight. A little bit of plant-based parkour. There we go. All naturally grown. Now let's get back to the ship. And see if I can make this slightly sketchy jump I made from my parking. Oh, okay. So now we got a lot more research we can do. I need to get us more synthetics before we can learn about building the airship further, but we can research all kinds of things otherwise, like the basic turbine. So what I'm gonna do, though, is I'm gonna move the ship a bit, and we're gonna start absconding with some of the things that are attached to this platform. Just wheel the gimme laser around. I could move the laser around instead, but I may as well just spin the boy around. And gimme. Now, those are worth a decent amount of synthetics, actually, so I'm glad I did that. Oh, now it's raining. Joy. You'd think we'd be able to, like, put out a bucket to catch water. But I feel like I don't want to drink rainwater on this planet. As it stands, the air gave us awful water, so there's that. That is a really nice water effect, though. With how it's pooling on the ship there. It doesn't entirely work as it should physically, but, you know, it's fine. It's close enough. But now that we have more synthetics, now we can research the airship builder, which is the main thing we're gonna need right now. Really immediately engaged can't see ship mode because of the rain, though, I gotta say. We don't have any copper, so we can't get the basic flashlight. Let's go ahead and research Transformers. Everybody loves that series anyway. Oh, I used my one of my electric elements that I needed for this in research. That's okay. If we research electric elements, we can just make more, and it'll be fine. We are rinsing through the battery power on this thing, too, by researching everything. You know, I'm glad that that rainstorm was so short. Oh, I need copper to make electric elements, though, so we are slightly SOL on that one.
Research finalized.
But I'm sure we can find somewhere to go where we'll find more. Yes, beep, beep. I'm not gonna bother with the sticky notes, because I'm not gonna use them. I think it's time for us to fly away from here now that we can see where we're going. Fly me to the moon. Let me play amongst the tumbleweeds. Let's see. Looks like we got a relatively clear heading by going this way, so we'll lock that in and start wreaking havoc with our gimme laser. Or we'll run out of fuel, and you know what? That works too. I'll fix that in a second. You can basically equate this to like Subnautica except in the air, or Raft except in the air. Those are two pretty good comparisons, I would say, based on my initial experiences with this. Again, not exactly the biggest fan of comparing games by virtue of comparing it to another game, but it's the easiest explanation I have right now. I keep thinking I'm gonna fall to my death every time I get out of that gun. I really should move it. But we'll be making an airship builder, so it'll be fine. So we'll be able to make the ship a little bigger and not have to worry about the positioning of our stuff as badly. After that's done being made, I'll make the fuel to recharge the engine.
Printing completed.
And this is just a thing we mount on our arm as well, and we just can make things that way. See? Plastic wall, catwalks, there we go. I'm gonna build around the back for the moment, because what I can do is I can place the gun like on this back corner instead of over here, and it should be able to reach most things decently well. The swivel on it's gonna be a little bit of a complication, because it doesn't like rotate 180 degrees. Actually, no, it only rotates 180 degrees, I think. It doesn't rotate 360. As you can see, we got plenty to grab. The other option would be to mount it on the front so I can see where we're going while I'm collecting, and that would be a arguably better idea. But when have I had good ideas? That's just a silly thought right there. Me doing the thing that makes sense. There we go. Well, I only just now gained the ability to build things. Give it time, we'll get there. Yeah, there's resource limitations to keep in mind on that one, Tiny. You know I'm right. And I know that's exactly why you're giving me that look, too.
Research finalized.
Yep, the lure caught something. I need to check that in a second. I'm just using our gimme beam a little more. There we go. What do we got? Another lettuce, okay. Let's actually make a cooker so we can actually use that, shall we? Because we are getting hungry. The other reason why I built the bit around the back here was to more safely get at the fuel tank. Because we can't access it through here. Yes, I did.
Printing completed.
I have thus named that laser because you point at things and say gimme, and then you have the thing. I see no problem with this logic. It all makes perfect sense. My logic is flawless.
Printing
See?
completed.
Gimme. Now it's mine. Gimme. Now it's mine. Yeah, that whole meal is probably not going to be great for me, considering it's made with bad water, but... You know, I don't like the way that it's emitting.
Calories level is decreasing.
Yep, I'm going to lose a bunch of health and not get any food out of that. So that was a terrible idea to do that. Oh, well. Nom nom nom. Well, that was regret. The delicious taste of regret. There we go, just fix that up. Toss the membrane back on there. Get more water. We really need to make a water purifier, apparently. I underestimated the need of a water purifier. So I figured, oh, I can just get away with boiling off the bad water. Nope. No, you cannot. I question why the lettuce is pulling on the lure like it's a fish. That's a little confusing. But, you know, it'll be okay. Cannot place on floor. There we go. Oh, do I not have a bottle anymore? Did I, like, throw away the bottle when I was done with it? God damn it. Oh, wait, no, the water's in here. I still apparently threw away the water when I was done with it, but either way. Well, that's great. That's exactly what I wanted. I caught some rotten food. That's great. Look at how much nicer that water looks. It looks a lot less like you pulled it out of a sewer now. Which is a wonderful thing.
Calories level is decreasing.
I know my calories level is decreasing, game. Everything takes time to do. Relax, universe. I'll be okay. A little light starving builds character. Well, we just straight up got a moth that time. Okay. The insect lure actually caught an insect this time. Wow, that's just bad for me in every capacity. Love that for me. Maybe if we boil him, maybe it'll be better for me. Bottle to clean water. Oh, that's all of the dirty water I had too. Sweet. Okay. So now if we put that in there and we boil the moth, maybe something good will happen. This ship is so dangerous to be on right now. Yes, I know it caught something. I'm trying to fuel my ship. Calm your tits, game. Everything turns very blue sometimes. More rotten food. Damn it. Oiled dust moth. That just sounds so healthy. You know, it's a good thing running out of fuel doesn't make this thing fall out of the sky on that note. Now that I just had that thought occur to me. That would be awkward. So how good is this for me now that it's been boiled? Actually decent. Actually raises our food amount a decent amount. Okay, very good. Now, what we really need to do right now is make the ship a little bit bigger. Or still. So I stop feeling like I am trapped in on this thing so badly. There we go, that's a little better. We're uneven right now, and I'll have to fix that, but one step at a time and all that. There we go. Moving that so I'm on a safer platform when I come out of it. We really need to make an interior area so we can make a bed before too awful long, though. I just realized, since I put fuel in, we are very slowly moving forward.
Rest is recommended.
Of course I realized we were very slowly moving forward, just time for us to slam into a building. Well, that's a shame. Oh, this is actually the building we started in, too. That's even less helpful. Like, I don't know if we drifted into it or if we ended up actually, like, very slowly moving forward and running into it. Either one's a possibility. But, you know, just doing a great job is what I'm saying I'm doing right now. And I don't think I can use any of the beds that are there, which is why I'm like, I need to make a bigger interior space, like, right now, or I'm gonna randomly pass out and have a bad day. I'm just gonna move the ship over to somewhere over here where we got more clear space, and I'm gonna start grabbing more material again. And I'm gonna park the fucker this time and make sure it's locked at 0, so it hopefully will only move with the wind, which I do see that there's wind, so maybe we'll get pushed to the side into something. No, we don't seem to be moving at all now, so better. Yeah, we've been awake a full day now, and our character's crying about it. I've been awake for 24 hours in an emergency situation. Meh. Thankfully, you do gather resources quite quickly with the Gimme Beam. We're already back up to like 80 synthetics. There we go. I don't know if it'll place me based on where I'm turning. See, that's exactly what I'm saying, Tiny. They'll figure it out. Yes, I know my hydration is decreasing. That's what soda's for. Glub, 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 glub. There we go. Energy's fine now. See, just a bit of caffeine and you'll be right as rain. Nothing wrong here. Disclaimer, don't do that. No, our window is slightly broken. I think that's where we crashed into the building. It adds some color. It's fine. I could make a repair patch, but that sounds like quitter talk. Arguably, I should make another engine so this thing moves a little faster, but first and foremost, we do actually need a bed, otherwise this is probably going to be really bad for me. Square that off. I feel like having this off to one side's going to cause me an issue at some point, but
Printing complete.
you know, it'll be okay. Invalid position. Why is this an invalid position? I can wall myself off in here. That doesn't help. What good does this do for me? It must be a matter of like attaching to the... Oh, I need actual like room, don't I? You know, that just makes nothing but sense, doesn't it? Removal mode. Boo, boo, boo. There we go, just delete all of that instantaneously. Ta-da! Imagine if renovating a house was this easy. Just summoning parts of a building into existence. This is when I make the airship too heavy and the whole thing just falls out of the sky. Because there is a weight limit. I think we are listing to the side, too, which is, as you might imagine, not ideal. Oh, I would... Hang on. I gotta do some things here. You, come with me. I know you can't be placed inside. It's okay. It'll be okay. Get in my inventory. Get in my inventory out of sight for the moment. One problem at a time. Okay, I need to make a bottle so he stops crying about not being able to put away the water. Because I'm not just gonna straight drink the dirty water. That doesn't help anybody. There we go. Now I can pick this up. Now I can delete the catwalks. This is just floating there to offend me, isn't it? Huh. You know, never considered that that was a door. Huh. Well then. That's just apparently going to be a fixture of my ship, and I hate it. There we go. Now we got something going here. It's not like the best thing ever, but at least we got some space. We got some room for activities. I'm realizing one slight complication, and that is... Oh no, I can go out through that. Okay. I was a little concerned that I just, like, had no doors, and I was just trapped in there forever now, and it was gonna be a problem. Because that would have been awkward. Frame rate's also kind of dying a little, so here, let me do a thing. And just give both those a quick bump. There we go, that made the frame rate stop dying. So I think the rain was upsetting things. Between the rain and streaming and everything, it just was getting slightly choppy. And it really doesn't look that different to my eyes, and I doubt it's gonna look super different to anybody else either, so it'll be fine. Now we need to add some catwalks, though, so we can actually do a thing. Oh, well, that might be a slight problem. Huh. Because I can't place the gun inside, I don't think, and we're out of synthetics. Yeah. Huh. So I'm probably gonna have to screw up my setup here a little bit in order to just throw some temporary catwalks down in order to gather more resources. Because, you know, this is clearly very safe to be doing. Which this is probably as good a time as any to warn everybody. There is going to be a storm here before too awful long, and it's apparently supposed to be a really bad one. So if the stream suddenly dies, I might have lost power. I will keep people posted on that if something does happen. But you'll also more than likely hear the thunder and lightning start happening before anything bad happens anyway. So you will most likely have a hint that something has gone wrong. Am I moving? I'm not moving. Oh yeah, I fully intend to turn this into a nightmare. I just gotta, you know, be able to. The fact that I'm learning that I can freely attach and detach parts is definitely going to lead to complications in the future. Like, that's already giving me too much power. What I'm probably gonna do is have a catwalk out back here under the engine. I'm sure they don't need that. And even if they do, it's mine now. It's a pity I can't grab those spinning bars that are just flying through the air. Those seem great. Whee! Look at it go! Nyum. They build up speed fast, too. They're just out of here. Okay, now very carefully. Why is the frame rate dying? Frame rate, please. We're doing so well for so long. I think I do actually need to lower the view distance. I think that's what's upsetting it. I think it's processing too much at once. It really doesn't seem like we see that much more when I change that. See what happens if we go a little low. Yeah, you know, I don't really see a difference.
Rest is recommended.
Yeah. Take a nap.
Hydration level is decreasing.
Just watching all of my other meters drop. I will just let him get a full rest, though. There we go. I can fix the other meters faster than I can fix that one. What I might do in addition to this little back plate piece is I'll probably make like an entire edge around the ship. Because I think the ship load can fit that. It seems like these catwalks are pretty light. Did not get enough synthetics for that, huh? You know, there's a part of me that's really curious what would happen if I remove this with it sitting there. Seriously considering. You know what? Okay, good. I just get the deck extractor back. Okay, good. I needed to know. I needed to know. I feel like that was important science. But with the way we're not getting anything while we're sitting back there, I'm gonna swap this around to the front for a bit. See about collecting some material from the front. It's interesting how I have to sometimes track my shots and other times it auto tracks. It's a little weird. And of course, we gotta use the gimme beam. There's no way we're gonna get through this without the power of the gimme beam. Gimme. I have so much metal and so much less synthetic. I mean, that is true. Well, this is very true that I unfortunately cannot use my own parts to do this. That there would be complications involved with that idea. You know, as it turns out, if I pulled my arm off to build a floor, I kind of have trouble putting the floor down because of the missing arm. It's not exactly what you would call efficient. But, you know, sometimes desperate at times call for desperate measures, but that one, ooh, that's a choice.
Risk of starvation.
Well, speaking of desperate times, I suppose it's time to eat my own leg. And, you know, I have a distinct lack of food on my person on that note. It's almost like I planned for this by making a spot to put the insect catcher. I mean, that is true, Reaper. How you doing, buddy? I didn't make an insect lure. Jump over the bed. I need to move all this stuff around. This is such a mess right now, and I hate it.
Printing completed.
Move this, like, over here, so it's not so cramped in. Move this over to this side so it's... Actually, go ahead and put it next to the... I mean, we're not on different planets, but it is an exploration game at its heart, and that is the same as what No Man's Sky is at its base, so that's probably why. Because we're just on Earth. Really isn't our Earth anymore, but it's still Earth. Let's see. Oh yeah, I made the insect lure to put... Ow. Come on. Over the bed. And I'm hanging in there. Computer's having a little bit of a time with this now and then for some reason, and I don't really know why. But it sure is a thing. I really don't know why it is having these periodic fits with this. It was doing just fine before. It's just getting a little bit grumpy at places. I don't even know if you guys can notice when it gets a little choppy, but I'm noticing it.
Risk of dehydration.
Yes, I know I'm falling apart, game. It's okay. I do that all the time. Definitely going to have a very Raft-esque moment here where I am going to have a lot of hunger and thirst problems until I get things really rolling. I did switch it to borderless windowed mode. Maybe that's what's making it grumpy at times. But it also seems to be somewhat the rain that's making it mad. Okay, that at least helps that a little bit. How's the water doing? It's almost done. That'll hold us long enough that I can get the other work done. Yeah, especially now that it's doing so much better due to the upgrade. It's just every now and then there's slight foibles even when there's an upgrade in place. You gotta learn the limitations in the new hardware. Now I can access the fuel tank from there. We've also been burning fuel this entire time because there's fuel in there. Even, I guess it's using the fuel to keep the ship steady, so that does make sense. Yeah, everything will be fine. It's just a little finicky.
Printing completed.
Excellent, we got a moth. Come with me into the food machine. Gonna make another condenser membrane because we're gonna need it.
Printing completed.
Is it seems like we need a condenser membrane every time we want to get a set of water. Oh yeah, it's been fantastic for everything else I checked. Just this is just a touch finicky, and even this is better than it was prior to the upgrade, so I'm still well pleased. I'm just acknowledging that there's limitations. Okay, I'm gonna move this just because it's gonna drive me crazy if it keeps sitting there. Fire the gimme beam. And it makes sense that this is having a little bit of trouble because of just all of the things that are flying around constantly. And all the different effects they're doing on the regular. So it's more than likely just a slight CPU bottleneck. That only really came a cropper because of a chunk of the CPU being taken up by the model and the stream itself. So in the end, it's absolutely fine. I have no bottles. Damn it. Go ahead and put the excess water in there for now. Now I can bottle the dirty water and get it purified. It's all working according to plan. I don't have anything to cook, though. That's the one flaw in the current plan. Is this wasn't sent down yet. I really need to move where the bed is, or move where I'm placing all of these things. One or the other. And the answer right now is move the bed. Put it, like, in the back middle. Even though, you know, it's great to be sleeping right under the engine. That's clearly a great place. And we are going to have that entire rim going around the exterior of the ship anyway. I just need to get the resources together for it. But we had to stop for a moment to make sure I didn't die in the process. We reach those, and it's getting to be nighttime.
Risk of airship damage.
Yes, I know we're taking damage. It's okay. The ship will survive. We have repair or material on hand. God damn it. Yeah, you know what I clearly needed? More rotten food. I'm sure we can use that with the gardening update in order to plant things, but we're not there yet, so that doesn't help me. I should make some fuel so we can move from here and start collecting from better places.
Printing completed.
Come on, be actually something this time. Hey, another moth. Excellent. That is true. It will be warm there. There we go. And that should get our meters into a good enough spot once we eat that. That it'll last us for a little bit. Go ahead and chuck the fuel in there so we can actually travel. And off we go. Into the mystery out in the distance. But I gotta say, really can't see a damn thing out here. Hell yeah, Tiny. What did you get? Meanwhile, continuing our rotten Earth tour, on your left you can see broken buildings, and on your right, more broken buildings, and in front of us, really weird looking giant broken tower. Hell yeah, Tiny. Consume the food, baby. And yes, that's a sentence that I'm not going to change. Nope. I've said this, and now here we are. We live here now. I've also realized that their heading label's backwards. I just realized that they have the D on the left and the A on the right, which is the opposite of the directions they take you. So that's a thing. Great success. All according to my cunning scheme. Go ahead and lock the ship in. Fire the gimme beam. Yes, I have one of your own on my ship. Get out of here. Go away. Well, I guess the height of that tower kind of gives us an idea what height we're actually at. Answer is not actually that high. No, they're just moths. Not quite bats. looks like we could walk around in here. I don't think we're going to be able to actually reach it right now. Tiny, please. Oh, what do you know? I went to park and conveniently we ran out of fuel. So the parking happened one way or the other. Go and eat the moth out of in there. You know. Can't possibly screw up parking if you got no gas left in the tank, eh? I've certainly made a choice going around this way. Also made a choice by leaving this here. Give me that.
Hydration level is decreasing.
It's at half game. You can relax. It's okay. Oh, I can't reach the support beam. I wanted to have a really nice close look as I made this whole thing fall over. Or after pulling the support beam out. It would have been great. I mean, sure, it might have landed on the ship, but it's okay. I swear, this game's as bad as a Twitch chat with the hydrates. Like, what's that? You are not drowning right now? Hydrate. Ah. Yeah, it won't crash as long as the wind doesn't throw me into a building or anything. Need to make more fuel. I'm also gonna make a turbine after this set of fuel so I can lift the ship a little more. That's gonna take all of my electronic parts, but it's okay, we'll find more. I gotta love how the game's yelling at me to make walls, like I'm kind of sucker that needs walls. This is a very open concept airship, it's fine. Yeah, I am out of insect lures at the moment too, so I'm gonna need to get more of those.
Printing completed.
I'm also still tinkering with some global settings for the PC entirely, so that might also be part of why things are slightly grumpy today. I've definitely fiddled again, and half the time when I fiddle, things get mad at me, so I would not be surprised if I've done something, but I'll figure it out later. This is a very large turbine. I'd be lying if I said I did not consider where I was going to put this. But it's okay. Put it in my pocket for the moment. We'll figure it out in a minute.
Calories level is decreasing.
I am well aware that I'm hungry, game. It's okay. I'm always hungry. Exactly. Everything can fit in my pocket. It's okay. I'm not sure you should be as excited about that one, Tiny, but you know what? Fair play. Okay, you know what? I have an idea here. Fuel tank's empty anyway. Give me that.
Maximum flight speed reduced.
Well, gee, I wonder why, game. Could it be because I just pulled the engine off? It might have something to do with my flight speed being reduced. I mean, there's a logic there. I will grant you that there's a logic there. There's no, like, good, even way for me to put this on here. And this upsets me on a deep physical level.
Maximum flight
Which is why I'm just gonna throw it there and stop thinking about it.
maximum
And just
flight
put the
speed
engine back.
reduced.
Now, do I need fuel to lift the ship? Logic would say yes. Reality would apparently say no. Going up. That turbine's not even spinning. Oh, good, Reaper. I can't, like, really move the ship right now because we're out of fuel. So I'm trying to scheme a way to reach the ledge over there without getting more fuel. And in the end, I think I'm just gonna have to make more fuel and accept my continual losses. I mean, I would definitely say I installed that wrong, just jamming it on the end there and hoping for the best. That, you know, that just checks out that that's not gonna work properly.
Printing completed.
Just, you know, many levels of wrong involved in that situation.
Printing completed.
Yep, scraping the belly a little bit. It would appear I can't actually get any closer to that. I'm getting the impression the game doesn't want me landing on the skyscraper. Which is exactly why I'm going to now insist on doing so. This looks like a better landing spot. This right here seems perfect. The ship is taking a little bit of a beating being next to it, apparently, but it's okay. Park the car. Oh, the frame rate is hating it here, actually. Nope, the invisible wall. There was just straight up an invisible wall on that. I just slammed right into that invisible wall instantly. Now enjoy the complete silence of death. Anyway. So that's like nothing happened. We lost a little bit of the stuff we were carrying, but nothing major happened. And you know what I say to that? I say, fuck you, building. I'm taking your important support strut and I'm leaving. What do you think of that? Not gonna lie, I'm fundamentally disappointed that the building didn't fall over. Well, anyway. Because, you know, it's the building's fault that I fell to my death. Clearly not the fact that there was an invisible wall. Clearly the building is the problem. Not me, not my behavior, not the invisible wall. I really should put more engines on this thing. This is gonna take us a bit to get to that light. There's so much stuff flying around me, but there's also so much stuff to crash into right now, so I think I need to keep control of the vehicle right now, or we're gonna have a bad time. Oh, but there's a support beam to steal. Hang on, park the car. I need that. I don't really need that, but I need that. Gimme. I'm a menace to society, breaking everything. Do, 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 do.
Calories level is decreasing.
There we go. Just making sure we have a good amount of synthetics on hand while I was parked already. Get out of the way, Molds, or I'm gonna run you over. Don't ask how I'm gonna run you over in the sky, but I'll figure it out. Okay, now we got some pretty clear sky, it looks like, so I can go ahead and lock in speed and do stuff. This is when we find out that out of the fog comes a gigantic building that I'm gonna smash into and be sad. There's some kind of plant life down there. This isn't the same place I was before, is it?
Unknown location reached.
Nope. That's a different one. This one's very overgrown. I thought the other one was bad. No, this one is like... It is plant now. It is not a building. It is only plant. Yeah, give me a second there. Or bug catcher, I'll be with you in a second. Where do I want to park on this thing?
Warning. Warning. Entering dust layer. Hull damage imminent.
Okay, I can't go that low. Got it. Oh, that helps answer the question of where I need to park the car then, huh? Uh-oh. Everything stopped for a second there. I got a little concerned. I guess park somewhere around this thing and then I can go from there. Oh, well, that worked as a way to automatically pull the lure back, huh? Just slam it into something so it auto pulls. This seems like a good place. There we go. I think I literally have placed it on top of the ground there. Yeah, there we go. Perfect parking job. I don't even need to jump.
Uncharted area.
Ooh.
Preliminary analysis started.
What's this? Gardening pots.
Analysis completed.
Okay.
Detected new objects requiring scanning.
We can learn to garden and get attacked by bugs. Guess I'll take the bruised flowers and the patates. And the battery. They don't need that anymore. Ooh.
Immune system
Ow.
has dealt with viral infection.
Beehive, I would anticipate. Yep, thorn bees. Okay, great. Love that for me. A breeding place for the hive. Here they gather honey, which they feed to their larvae. Apparently I can't scan the bees themselves. Man, I want the stuff that's in there, but I'm gonna get stung to hell by bees. You know, I'm just not that interested. As it turns out, I understand when to leave things well enough alone. Sometimes.
Hydration level is decreasing.
I say as I go crawling out onto these giant leaves, like that's some kind of good idea. Because, you know, this isn't gonna backfire on me at all. Ooh. Maybe it won't, because I found a melon. I have been rewarded. Rotten melon. Nobody likes that. Nobody wants that. Lobster pepper? I wonder if Viv knows about these. Knock knock. No bees? No bees. Much better place. I like it here more immediately. Plus or minus the death pits. How do I get in here, though? Not by hitting my head on that. Wait a minute. That gives me an idea. Well, I might be in a slight spot of bother because apparently I can't jump back up. Well, only one thing for it. Tally ho! Well, that worked out. Lock broken. Well, that's an inconvenience. Oh, I need to fix the door in order to open it. Okay, that's not what I was planning to do, but you know what? I don't have a means of doing violence in this world, so I guess I was gonna have to do it the good way anyway, huh? There we go. Still really gonna have to figure something out on the whole getting out of here thing, but, you know, one problem at a time. At least we're getting prizes. Ooh, this is something I hadn't scanned yet. Big gardening plot. Aha! When a small gardening pot just isn't enough, you can get a big one. Okay, now exiting this place. You know, it's really nice in a spooky kind of way. It's very peaceful here. I can't help but note that this has bad idea written all over it, which is exactly why I'm gonna try this. Yeah, I'd be breathing heavy about this too, honestly. This one's upsetting, but there we go. Great success. We've escaped the confines of plant land that I dumped myself into. Am I going the right way? Yes, I am going the right way back. Get back to the ship. Very good. Because I assume that's everything we were meant to gain from that place, was the plant pots and the electronic bits laying around in there. Oh yeah, I need to research them first. Right. This thing. I was right. Rotten food is important for plant inting. Which this, I believe, is some of the content from the recent update that spurred them to give codes out to people. So this works out nicely. I need biomass for the big one, though. Oh, bruise flowers and lobster peppers make medkits, or at least the research for medkits. Neat. Herbal medicine. I'm gonna leave us parked here for now because I think we're not gonna drift as long as I've got part of the ship jammed up against that, and we'll figure some of this stuff out. I accidentally made the exact amount of rotten food I needed to research and get the small plant pots. I don't know how to feel about this right now. Because literally none of that was intentional. I just screwed up just right. Oh, okay. I saw a Twitch notification. I needed to check to see if it was something important.
Printing completed.
It's something to do with their own April Fool's nonsense they're doing, I think. Considering it was labeled 5 very real categories that you can stream right now. That just seems very suspect to me somehow. I don't know. Let's see. We got patates. Okay. We got bruise flower seeds, lobster pepper seeds. Ooh, lobster peppers do give energy. They would need to be cooked to not hurt me. The sun melon does give me water and food, so I probably want to figure something out for that, but I don't have any seeds for that, though. Bruise flower gives energy and loses health. I guess let's see how some of these fare once they're cooked, but for now I'll go ahead and put the... Oh! I can't actually plant that, so I guess I'll plant the patat. Cultivation time 3 minutes. I don't have any more rotten food to use as fertilizer, so just do the thing. Oh, it needs watering, because of course it does. What kind of plant wouldn't need water? Answer? Oh no, even cacti need some water. I was gonna say, you know what? A cactus. No, that wouldn't work. Wait, I have clean water. Fuck you mean, game? Fuck you mean I have no water? Does it need dirty water? Oh, no, I need to click on the specific spot. That's why. There we go. Oh, so it's actual hydroponics, because you'll notice all of those beds are full of water. There's no, like, soil for them to grow in, necessarily. They're growing in the water. Okay. Okay, that actually makes sense.
Risk of starvation.
I know.
The
Here.
immune system has dealt with viral infection.
It's fine.
The immune system has dealt with viral infection.
I hurt myself a lot eating those melons, but it's okay. They were worth it. We need to get some water going again, though. And plonk that down back here. What I really should do is double up on some of those things, like double cookers, double water machines, things like that, so that we create them quickly. Double fabricator as well, so we stop having to wait every time I go to make something. Then again, while we're waiting is always a good time to use the gimme beam, but you understand why I'm like, I don't want to wait. Waiting's for suckers. And I'm not a sucker, usually. I can be a sucker sometimes. I freely acknowledge that I have the capacity, like anyone else, to be a sucker. That doesn't mean I want to think about that. Have you ever noticed that every time I pull out the gimme beam, all the synthetics seem to just disappear? I can't help but notice there's always a distinct lack of them in my line of sight. Hey, as soon as I touch this thing. There we go, I just had to call the universe out on its shit, and here comes some synthetics. There we go, that should be enough for a little bit. Oh wow, these are actually making some fairly sizable plants. That's actually legitimately impressive. Go ahead and bottle that. Purify that. I'm assuming if I put dirty water in the plant pots, it's gonna be bad. How are we looking on fuel? Because I'm sure I'm gonna need more soon. Yeah, we're at half. Remember, I put 100 in here this time. And we'll hang on to this food ration for now, because it doesn't spoil. I kind of hate the constant water noises I hear in here because of my purifiers and things. Makes me feel like I'm in a weird cave, even though I'm in the sky. And it makes everything feel very strange, being in a weird sky cave.
Printing completed.
Since we do have the bruised flower seed, I am going to go ahead and research medkit.
Printing completed.
Yeah, there's nothing else really we can do there. So what does it actually take to make a medkit? Oh, literally the same things it took to research it. You know what? I don't know what I was expecting. And condensers aren't hard to make, so let's go ahead and make another one of those, though we're probably going to want a second purifier as well if we're going to do that, just so we actually move the water along. I know. It's okay. I have a plan.
Printing completed.
Take the patates. Didn't mean to do that. Brain went, oh yeah, you right click to split it. Forgetting that by splitting it that way, I ate it. That wasn't part of the plan. Boil the patat. We're also, like, gonna pass out. Yeah, our immunity's only high now, so that's not ideal. We're gonna eat this, probably eat one more thing, and then we're gonna sleep till our energy goes up. Now, how good is this for us? Straight up 30 food, okay. So I was right to eat those. Let's see what happens when we boil one of our lobster peppers. Because those are the ones I really want to start growing, but they need a bigger plant pot, so we're probably not gonna be growing them anytime soon. Since we need biomass and all that fancy stuff, which we still don't know how to get, I don't think. Any part of the ship in bad shape so I can get rid of this stupid repair blob I've got? Nope, not really. I like with it. Splat. Phone, please. Not enough lift. Oh no. The ship's too heavy. Dag nabbit. Scan helium cylinder on the wind farm location. You what? So how good is this? That's actually really good. Only 10 less food, but it gives 20 energy. You don't need to make weird noises at me. Hang on on, y'all. I'm hearing things that I need to check on. Un momento. Answer that. Okay. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so we got the boiled patates out of those now. Everything's fine. I make enough weird noises to begin with. Guess who forgot to hit the plant button because he's a genius. What do you mean requires a bottle? Oh, is I still have clean water left. What I really should do is put all the rest of that clean water into the purifier, not in the purifier, the cooker. That's the one. This thing. Is I can then pick up the dirty water, put it in the purifier, which is why I said purifier first. And there we go, it all works itself out. And I can't double up on materials like I thought I could because the ship can't hold it. So go ahead and just make more fuel.
Printing completed.
We will still go ahead and sleep for a bit. We just don't need to sleep for as long because of eating that lobster pepper. So that part at least worked out. Welcome back, Reaper. So let's see. I don't really need to research Sticky Note, but just in case there's something behind Sticky Note, let's go ahead and research it anyway. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that is either, but we found them over here. Lobster pepper seeds. We already ate all the peppers, but we found lobster peppers. Purifying done? It is. Give me that. Alright, we have no need to be here anymore, so away! We'll bump into the wall slightly, but it'll be okay. Considering, you know, I lodged a corner of the ship into the building. I think we might still be stuck on something. There we go.
Calories level is decreasing.
Oh, knock it off with the calorie level game, I know. I did forget to cook the dust lettuce, so that rotted now, but it's fine. We can use that as fertilizer to grow better things. So it'll be absolutely fine. We might want to raise up a little bit more because we are close to the dust layer, which is apparently a problem. Actually, yeah, it's a lot easier to see up here. You know what? This makes a lot of sense. That's why we were having so much vision trouble, is we were too close to the dust down there, because you could see it like rolling like a sea underneath us there. You know, we keep going back and forth between I feel like we're moving at a decent speed, and then we go back to feeling like the ship's moving very slowly. Maybe. It might also just turn red like a lobster when you eat it. Hard to say which way that goes. Looks like we got a decent landing spot over here, or for this beacon. Unlike the other one where I had to kind of wedge against the side of the building to have a prayer of not falling off when I got off the ship. Turbine damaged, max altitude is lowered. God damn it. So close, yet so far. God damn it. I didn't put the rest of the fuel I made in here, I don't think. Yeah, there we go. That's why we ran out of fuel early. We can actually set it down on solid ground for the first time ever.
Ship's module critically damaged.
It's fine. I set her down a little hard, but it's okay. Just slammed it down. We'll just make some repair patches and fix that later. Or before we take
Printing
off.
completed.
Oh, I need to fix that to open it, I guess. Okay. We'll get to that in a minute then. We can steal these with the gimme beam. Give me those. We clearly could harvest like these tires and such too, but they're not gonna let me do that. Oh, another one with a flashlight. Okay. Electrical elements. I guess they wanted to make sure there was multiple spawns of that to make sure you didn't miss it. Yeah, you know, totally a soft landing. We were able to walk away from the landing, therefore it was soft enough. Ooh, a data card. We know how to make windows. Hooray. Game, you understand that making windows involves me making walls. These things that I've not been bothering to spend resources on. I don't think you understand the kind of man you're dealing with right now. Okay, I'm gonna need another one of those repair patches I was making in order to fix the box enough to loot it. Now, where's the one that was critically damaged? You know, I can't help but notice that nothing's that badly damaged. I mean, ideally this thing will never explode, but, you know. It never hurts to make sure you're ready for that eventuality. You know, game, I can't help but notice that everything is completely fine. Like, the worst I'm seeing is an 88%. Anybody else get the feeling the game is just lying to me? I mean, maybe it is the turbine itself, though, because it did say the turbine was damaged. No? Wait, it lost 10% health and that's what it's damaged by? Oh, for God's sake. There. At least that'll let us have full flight height again. That's 90%. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. Some fuel and a first aid kit. I don't think that was worth the trade. Like, I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth the trade. Oh, you know what? We'll figure out which part's damaged when a part randomly falls off the ship later. Okay. Rotten food does not count as fertilizer. Good to know. Make more repair patches though, since at the very least they count as lockpicks. Exactly. If nothing's broken, I'm not going to worry about fixing it. Because there's clearly nothing broken. If you're worried about that part over there that's slightly on fire, well, good news, it's only slightly on fire. It's capable of being more on fire, therefore it's fine. Oh, that must be the two lights it was telling me about over there. So we'll want to go there in a moment. I'm just harvesting the crazy amount of synthetics flying towards us right now while I still can. This way we're guaranteed to be able to make more fuel. We can't really expand the ship any further considering apparently we've hit a load limit. It's all flawless logic up until the ship falls out of the sky. Then it's problematic. Right, there's something else I can abscond with over there. Give me that. And I can get that through the gap there, so give me that. It's all metal, but we are actually getting a little low on metal, so that's not a bad thing. This is apparently a really good spot for resources. It's just all flying through here constantly. I think I'm clipping through my own head. I think that's what I keep seeing randomly, occasionally. Either I'm clipping through my own head or my arm, or... Oh god, it's getting worse. Well, I've done something now. I'm not really sure what this is that's stuck to my face, but I don't appreciate it. I think it was part of myself. The rate we're using synthetics, I'm just gonna keep grabbing it till I hit like 200 synthetics at this rate. Because every time I think we have enough by grabbing 100, I spend all 100 in like 5 minutes. So at least this way we'll have 10 minutes. There we go. Okay. And now we take off. Hey, we've also got that boiled potato I should grab. Give me that. So that is the one downside to grabbing a pile of synthetics, is we are actually running out of inventory space finally. Grab the repair patches. Let's actually make a storage box then. So until the storage box is ready, just chuck some of my single items on the ground over here. I just don't want to move the ship with them sitting loose like that, or they might fly away.
Printing completed.
Like, I don't know if they'll fly away or not, and I don't really want to find out by having material just disappear on me. Would not be helpful. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay. I misremembered which side I had the garden plot on, so I was like, wait a minute, where'd the garden plot go? Why is the garden plot gone? There we go, that should do for the moment. just keep multiplying these seeds as often as I can. Before we actually set off properly, I'm gonna do all of this bookkeeping. Just so I don't have to do it while we're flying and risk crashing into something.
Risk of dehydration.
Yes, I know I'm dehydrating. It's okay. It's all a part of the plan. If I drop dead, then I don't have to figure this out. I mean, I will make sure to take care of hydration. Yes. Yes. Tiny, please. You're not supposed to agree with that sentence. Why does that seem... whatever. Really seemed like it wasn't full. Oh, that's why, because I didn't get the full set of dirty water. Well, it's doing it now, and I am not going to be able to stop it, so that's inconvenient. It's doing a partial set, and that might cause everything to break. So what you're saying is I need to make more bottles. That's what I'm hearing. Which I meant to do before so I could carry more water at once and not have to sit here and keep doing this loop.
Printing completed.
There we go. We have 3 sets of bottles now. That should be plenty. In fact, I'm actually going to put one of the sets of bottles in storage, because I hadn't considered that they were making sets of 5 every time. I should have, as we knew that already, but, you know. Paying attention. Let's go ahead and get another membrane running. Because the dirty water can sit there and, or ad infinitum and nothing really gets hurt by that.
Completed.
Bottle the rest of that clean water. Because we have multiple things using clean water at this point, between the cooker that needs clean water, our body that needs clean water, and the garden that needs clean water. So actually I should make another one. And there went half of the synthetics already, which is why I was saying, you know, I probably need more of those.
Printing completed.
Because ideally I want to have most of these systems just running constantly, just to make sure that I don't end up with a shortage at some point of anything. I just need to make sure to never cook both of the patats that come out of that either, otherwise we can't keep looping them, in which case everything falls apart. Five dirty water. Run into the bed again immediately because I don't pay attention to where I'm going. There we go. Now that that's full up, now we will head on our way. And what we'll do is we'll hit that beacon to our right there first, the one we can see past the moths. Then we'll hit the one that the moths are blocking. We'll hit the double one, and then we'll hit that other one over there. Or that's a little further to the left. Because I don't know the value of these yet, so I don't really want to ignore any of them. Of course, as soon as I start trying to grab these, it starts raining and I can't see nearly as well anymore. One of these times I'm going to get off the gun and I'm going to goddamn fall into the abyss immediately. Let's see what we got going on here. Looks like another nice flat place to land, so that's good. I just need to, you know, not body slam the platform this time. Center it off a little bit. The other option is I could always just like levitate slightly above the platform, because I'm pretty sure I could jump up to it, but I would rather see about making it stop burning fuel by landing. I don't even know if that would work. So we'll just turn the engine off for now. Just so it doesn't randomly burn fuel. It seems like this one might be a duplicate of the one we were just at, aside from a little bit more plant life. Free med kit, lots of electronic parts, which we definitely need. Ooh. Oh, we already have a cockpit, but okay. I guess that would be like a full-size one instead of the smaller one, perhaps. I don't know. All I know is I don't particularly care at the moment. Does not seem particularly relevant. I also probably should scan the data slate instead of picking it up to see if we'd learn anything separate from scanning it. But, you know, I saw loot, Gremlin said give, and, well, here we are. Let's see. Aha! More batteries. Other than that, it seems like there's a bunch of synthetic containers, and that's about it. Starting to look like these one lightweight places aren't going to be that important anymore, now that we got, like, the basic information from them. I'm, of course, not going to leave any of them behind still anyway, because the one I leave behind is going to be the one that has something we don't have yet, but I'm starting to consider it as a valid option. We'll go ahead and lift off, because we don't need to turn the engines on to lift off. Maybe I do at least have to have the engine on the lift-off. Never mind. You would think the rotor would work either way. There we go. Or maybe I just needed to fight the anchor a little harder than I did. I don't know. This way we have a better angle to grab the other containers from. I totally have a shot at that game, but okay. Doesn't look like there's anything else to grab other than that container that I need to relocate slightly for. I thought there was another container, but I think it's around the back of this whole assembly here. So if we just lift up the rest of the way... No, that's too high.
Ship's module critically damaged.
What? That was sticking out further than I thought it was. Well then. That's a shame. I'm still getting used to how this thing moves, because it's not quite the way you'd expect it to. Like, I wouldn't say it's inaccurate by any stretch, but it's still an adjustment. Especially, you know, the bigger you make this thing, the harder it gets to be to have a frame of reference for where all of your parts are. You know, now that it's daytime, it's actually potentially gonna be harder for us to see those lights. Oh, there they are. I just was facing the wrongest direction still. I really should put another engine on this thing. I know I've said that a couple of times already, but it's just like every time I think of it, and then I don't do it. So I'm busy doing all of the other things. I totally locked that speed, but apparently I locked it at 0 without realizing I did that, so we weren't going anywhere. Hooray! I think I let go of the button a little too soon before locking speed, so it ended up not actually keeping. Hi. Just random bits of crap slamming into the ship. Coming in for a landing. Though we are in the dust layer soon, I think, so the game might yell at me. Before I...
Low altitude.
Yeah, I know low altitude. It's okay.
Low altitude.
It's fine. We're parking. I'm sure it'll be a-okay. This is when I turn around and half the ship disappears. Just like, well, you know, maybe we weren't okay. And then we learn something. We learned that I should hit the save button, just in case. And actually, that might be why the game's been having those occasional freakouts, actually, because it does autosave. Oh, it's another one of these with the beehive in it, huh? Taking that.
The immune system has dealt with viral infection. The immune system has dealt with
Ow,
viral
ow.
infection.
Those bees really don't appreciate you taking their water making devices away from them. Oh, there we go. Pots and seeds. These new garden pots are great. All you need is a seed, some water, and time, and if you manage to get some fertilizers, they grow even faster. It's worth remembering that some plants don't have seeds, but are planted directly, like the patats. In others, the seeds are collected along with the fruit. Only, not every fruit has seeds that are suitable for planting. It's a pity that in small pots, I can only plant patats and flowers. To plant a bush, you need a large one. Well, we learned all that already, just by context, but good to know that there's confirmation of all of that information. And I probably would have seen that if I hadn't been too busy getting stung by bees at the last one of these that we found. But that proves that there's basically nothing else here for us, so off we go. Is that building's just full of bees and hatred, and I'm not dealing with it. Up we go. Ooh, there's 2 of those 2 light ones. But they're obviously gonna have things we do want, so we are going to press on. Are you full of bees, Tiny? I know you're full of hatred, but are you full of bees? I feel like this is an important question to ask.
Airship's module critically damaged.
Why are we taking damage? Lift it up. Ow. Ow.
Airship's module critically damaged. Airship's module critically damaged.
Why are we getting torn apart? I think we just had like a ton of crap just happen to slam into the ship. Ship was just getting bullied for a solid minute there. Coming in for a landing. Ow.
Uncharted area. The preliminary analysis started.
And that answer checks out, Tiny.
Analysis completed. Detected new objects requiring scanning.
I can't help but notice once again that it was screaming about critical damage, and I'm not seeing anything that even really needs repair. Everything's like 90%, 92%. The fuck? I'm officially confused once again. Oh, there's an 84 right there. 88. Ah, there we go, I found it. I didn't realize individual panels of this could be damaged. I thought it was all one unit. Ah. Yep. Time to make another repair patch to fix that. More than likely that bit back here was probably the problem the entire time. And I just couldn't see it. There we go. It's fixed. Everything's fine. Nothing bad happened. I feel like we're slightly lifted off the ground here still. Oh, I was hitting that. All good. Do what you gotta do, Reaper. I'll still be here. Yeah, that's a little oh, we can climb up. Okay, that's fine then. Our scanner is not in great shape at this point, so I do have to be somewhat careful what I scan, probably. Ooh, that's copper. Sweet. We needed that. Yeah, you know what? This makes sense. Go to, like, a wind tower, or even a broadcast tower would do the job, really, for finding lots of copper. And there's the helium. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting ship damage to be as much of a constant concern as the game has been treating it, because of the fact that I was told that there wasn't combat. We are on Earth, and we weren't told entirely what happened. There's some stuff that we were told about, like a virus and things like that, but we haven't been given detail entirely. We just know that Earth is kind of fucked, and, well, you can see why.
The tool's battery discharged.
Yep, battery's dead on our scanner. Machine parts, synthetic fuel. I mean, it may as well be now. Used to be Earth. It sure ain't anymore. With the giant moths and the dust everywhere that apparently is full of death viruses that will kill me. Data card. Oh, data card for railing. You know what? That's great. That's something I might actually put on the ship somewhere. I fell into it once already, Tiny. We already learned that it kills me. We're not gonna learn anything doing it a second time. We've done our bit of science once with that invisible wall that pitched me into the abyss. You know, I really figured there'd be something down here. And there was. It's called disappointment. Anyway. You know, it's kind of funny. Speaking as somebody who's afraid of heights, a game like this should be terrifying, but the fact that you can't see past a little bit of distance, so all you see is just like this fog. Really doesn't cause the whole fear of heights to kick in really at all. It's kind of funny how that works. I mean, it's only entertaining so many times, though. You can't do the same thing 6 times and expect people to keep laughing.
Hydration level is decreasing.
Okay, I am supposed to pick that up. I thought I needed to use the gimme beam to pick that up. So I'm gonna have to put stuff away. This guy also has like no stamina left to him at all at this point. Well, yeah, that's a whole different animal. That's also in VR. VR is always gonna feel different. It's a completely different layer of immersion for most people. I really should just get rid of this by fixing the dinged up bit there. Stop trying to sprint. He has no energy to sprint in a meaningful way. He's just gonna keep freaking out every time I walk 2 feet. And I know I said I wasn't gonna sprint much at all in this game because he does that, and then I forget. Because I want to be able to move. Okay, the other helium tanks were down below, I think. Yeah, there they are. This isn't sketchy at all. Okay, well, we didn't miss anything really, aside from like a machine part. Wait? Did we? Well, I missed a lot of disappointment. Clearly I needed more of that in my life. Of course. Of course, the pit of disappointment got clipped. Give me all this copper, cause I'm gonna need it, and you don't. Can I reach that one? Sure can. Yoink. And that one. And, you know, just take apart the building, because it's there. Like, obviously, I know they wouldn't want me to be able to deconstruct literally everything, otherwise people would be leaving quite literally nothing in their wake, myself included, for absolute sure. But it would be nice just be able to pick up like this entire structure and just convert it into parts.
Fatigue. Rest is recommended.
Wah, 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 your needs. Fine.
Calories level is decreasing.
See, it's almost like you shouldn't have slept. Now you're hungry. Consequences of your actions. Advanced insect lure. Wow, really? All of that to get a rainwater collector, huh? You couldn't have just slapped a bucket outside.
Risk of dehydration.
I know. At this rate, you're gonna just drop dead, and I don't know if I care anymore.
Research finalized.
I may or may not have paused, half expecting to see a clip pop up from that statement too.
Research finalized.
Apparently I'm gonna need more storage because, god damn. Alright, let's put this stupid poster up somewhere. That'll get rid of something. Got more repair patches too. Seems only right to put the research station and poster up next to the research station. As much as I can treat these repair patches like lockpicks, I think I'm gonna just use them to patch whatever damage is left on the ship right now. Get them out of my inventory. I can make more of them later. So, apparently there's very little left on the ship that's damaged at all. All good, Reaper. I guess I'll have to replace the scanner for now. Because we don't have a means of recharging them yet. Okay, and that's just better fuel straight up. Oh, use the airship builder to expand the balloon. Okay. Wait. But how? Like, was I supposed to research something else? The only thing I got out of helium was helium fuel. I feel like I've been swindled. I am confused and suspicious. This will also be very helpful though, so I'm gonna make that right quick. I definitely don't have anything for expanding the balloon.
Printing completed.
I have a great idea. Let's remove the balloon. Oh god, you can. Well then. Anyway, let's not ponder that concept too far, shall we? I was not expecting them to... Oh, there's another tab. I see, I see. Expand balloon. Die of dehydration.
Research finalized.
Did I eat all of my... I ate all of my boiled potatoes. My frames. Doesn't look any different, does it? Or did I research the ability to... I researched the ability to expand the balloon, which I don't have enough helium for anymore because the... I'm gonna have to find another one of these in order to get enough helium. God damn it. All because I researched helium fuel. Oh, there's another one right over there. I can literally see it, so it's fine. But I'm still offended. So offended I'm gonna boil another potato. Somehow it's the potato's fault. It's very funny how the music just kicks in every time you lift the ship off, too. It's like you've just got a a CD player built into the ship that just immediately turns on whenever you move the ship. Oh wait, we never did scan that thing. I'm sure there's gonna be another one at the other place. It'll be fine. I am so gonna slam right into that. Do 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 do. Welp, that's a shame. We got so far and then
Printing completed.
yes, clearly that's what I wanted to select. Not the thing I was pointing at. Video game, please. Anyway, let's just pretend that that didn't happen. Is that crazy, or is that one higher than the other, or one we just left? Because we're at like max height that we can go to, and it feels like that one's actually going to be above me when I get there. It might just be angling. It's hard to tell. There's some actual mountains out there too. You know, those mountains are above the dust and everything. I'm sure we could just live up there and be hermits for the rest of eternity instead of dealing with this whole needing to cure humanity thing. What has humanity ever done for me, after all? Aside from ditch me on this damn planet expecting me to go find the cure by myself, save their whole stupid species. I feel like I got done dirty on that deal. They had a whole expedition that they sent before me that botched the job, and they expected me to go out here and do this by myself. And somehow do a better job. Which, that part's not shocking, but still.
Risk of starvation.
It's one of those things where it's like, don't send a crew to do a single person's job, but don't send a single person to do a crew's job either. Neither of those are a winning strategy. I suppose in some ways it's better off that I'm out here alone because I don't have to deal with a committee. I mean, aside from you lot, but when do I listen to you? As much as I'm all for this idea, Tiny, I don't know how well that'll work out for you. I'm gonna file that under I don't recommend this, but at the same time I fully support this idea. As I whip out my broken scanner, forgetting it once again that that's completely broken. I could probably get a better storage box if I scan the box. Anything in here other than copper? Nope, just more copper. Could y'all kindly piss off? There's no food here. I should know. I'm looking for it too, and I didn't find any. I'm sure those moths probably live here, but you know what? Fuck them. They don't need all this stuff. Oh good, I can now make metal walls. Ooh, there we go, circuit boards. That's what I really need. This way I can make the tool recharger. Canned water. You know, I can't imagine that water you found in a can in an abandoned building is really any better than the water you find laying around somewhere. Or like from the water collectors. I feel like if this disease is that bad, it probably has gotten through the metal of the can by now. So I really don't think that that's actually going to be that much healthier. But by the same token, what the hell do I know? You know? I can't guarantee that I know anything. That is in fact the one thing I can guarantee, is that I don't know anything. It's one of those funny things about life where you know that you don't know. Or at least you should know that you don't know. And if you've kept up with that sentence, well done. Because I can't guarantee that that sentence made any sense. It's a good thing I can make plastic scrap, or that would have been very inconvenient to me.
Completed. Printing completed.
Let's see. We don't really need the electronic parts yet, but we might.
Printing completed.
Now, can I make the thingy? Oh, first I need to research the thingy. Then I can make the other thing to make the thingy. Hopefully. Which is probably going to mean I need to make another circuit board, because it's going to require a circuit board to make it. Which means I probably should just make more plastic scrap right now.
Printing completed.
Predictable. We're also going to need more copper, but thankfully we are currently surrounded by copper. And it was a transformer that needed it? I did, yes. So I was right that I was going to need more electric elements as well. It's almost like I understand how these things are made or something. Scan broken radar device. I assume that's the thing I keep looking at that I can't scan because my scanner's dead.
Printing complete.
Because I ran around scanning a bunch of frivolous things like corpses. Because, you know, corpses, known for their frivolity. Yes,
Printing completed.
that's a sentence that makes perfect sense. You see them dancing and singing all the time. Just go to your local graveyard and you'll see plenty. Alright. So that should be enough to do the job for that. Get the circuit board. We have the copper we need. We just need to wait for these to finish now and we'll have a tool charger. Ah! Anyway. Exactly, Tiny. That is the correct response to the current situation. Right, we still don't have enough lift. That was the other thing I was trying to solve this entire time. For some reason, this is not what I expected this to be. I was expecting something I had to put on the floor. Not the very obvious wall-mounted device that it actually is. Sad. I'm gonna put the 15 helium fuel away for the moment because I'm probably not going to end up using it quite yet, because I feel like throwing in 15 fuel is gonna be pointless because it'll just be immediately consumed. And I have accomplished thing. Brain. Oh yeah, this. We still don't have enough helium for that. But did I not pick up all of the helium that was here then, maybe? Or did I just not get enough helium here and now I'm going to be sad? We will find out soon enough. Go ahead and slap this on the charger while we go do our scanning. Yep, location radar. Very good. This way we'll know what we're going towards, I assume, and we can stop wasting our time going to things we don't need. Now, where was that box? Or was that on the other one?
Symptoms of viral infection are worsening. Immunity at risk.
God damn, keep jump scaring me with my infection. There's the box. I'm just walking along and my vision just disappeared for a second. I'm like, please. I'm not even worried about the infection itself. I was worried about falling off the ledge because I couldn't see where I was going anymore. Okay, we didn't actually learn anything by scanning that. Aside from we learned apparently that a repair thrower is a concept this game has. So, you know, that's a thing. Just some kind of weird reverse flamethrower. It undestroys the everything. And you know, I'm just really not sure how to feel about that. Okay, we have inventory. Which means we go get some more repair patches. We slap them on that box and we hope that that box gives me something good. Though I don't know how this box could give me anything good enough, considering there's no way helium was gonna fit in here. How the hell am I gonna find more helium? So we'd already rifled through all of this. So I need to find another place with 2 lights, I presume, in order to find another one of these locations in order to find more helium. And until then, we can't do anything else with the ship, which is mildly unfortunate. What do I need for the navigation thing on that note? We've also got extractors. Oh, it's a hand version of the gimme beam. Okay, we just need to figure out what an energy crystal is. Location radar is at least pretty cheap. We really should clean out all of the copper from this place before we leave, too. Unlike the other place, where I left a bunch of copper behind because I was like, I'm more interested in helium right now. We seem to be at a good loop for food, so I'm not going to worry about researching the advanced insect lore right now. That's the one we came from.
Calories level is decreasing.
Oh wait, there's a blue light that way. And I didn't turn the ship around, I don't think, so that should be the right way. First and foremost, like I was saying, let's get that copper. We can also get some more synthetics, but copper's the priority at the moment. I really should... I keep saying this, but I should put more engines on this thing so it moves better. But I think I still would have lift problems that way as well. There's where I want to be. I want to go over here and turn around. Because they're all, like, tucked in over here. At least there's a good chunk of it over here, anyway. Come on. Backing up. Backing up. Reorienting. I swear, one of these times I'm gonna not realize I didn't park, get out to blast some stuff with the gimme beam, and then the ship's gonna leave out from under me and I'm gonna die. I'm still waiting for that to happen, because at some point it's going to. One of these days I'm gonna fuck up and find out what the meaning of gravity again. And I fully acknowledge that that's probably exactly what they designed the railings in this game for. But, you know, that requires resources, and I could spend resources on safety, but what kind of fool would I be to do that? That just sounds silly. No, I just know how these things work. Remember, I worked with a crew that was just as bad long enough, so I fully understand how little regard any leadership really has for the safety of the people working for them. Oh, it's all purple glowy down there. That's concerning. In fact, here, this is gonna be a perfect demonstration of my concerns about safety. God damn it. Hang on. Judged the angle wrong. We're gonna want to have a better view of this anyway if this works. Ooh, hang on, I can get a 2-for-1. I feel like we're running out of fuel. Just have this sneaking suspicion I'm running out of fuel. Oh, for fuck's sake. Anyway. Fuck you, building. Sad. This entire endeavor has been a colossal disappointment. And I don't know how to feel about any of it right now. Actually, no, I know exactly how to feel. Disappointed, I just said it. Brain, please keep up. I'm gonna bother parking this time. Which is exactly when I'm gonna slowly spin out of angle and be upset. Really? Still out of range? How? What? I swear we've shot farther than that before. And I feel like we've definitely used the gimme beam at longer ranges than this. Oh, that's why you didn't fall, huh? This big old stone dong you got going on here. God damn it. Can't do anything about that. Well, now, can I do something about all of the things upsetting me now? Okay, good. All is as it should be. Balance has been brought to the world as I bring down these buildings. Break them, make them humble. So anyway, I'm gonna just go get my helium now. And if I still don't get enough helium, I'm gonna find a way to overload the gimme beam and just cut this damn wind turbine down. I feel like there's more to this one, or is this just a different angle that makes it look like there's more here? There we go. We have made landfall. And by landfall, I mean impact. Okay. I saw some helium canisters when we were landing, so I know there's a couple here. Like these right here. Ooh, that was almost bad. These places are so damn sketchy, I swear. Like, this is what happens when you start to try to rebuild civilization on top of a damn wind farm. That's probably what killed all the people here, rather than them dying to disease. They probably fell off the stupid thing. Oh good, a viewing corner. That's clearly helpful. You know what? Set that circuit board down for a second. Nom 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 nom. You know, I feel like I've been being so careful with the resources that's why I haven't used up all my machine parts. Thank you for the bits, Tiny. You go have a good time. Get home. That sketchy jump was for you. Because I could have walked all the way around, but it's like, I can just jump it. It'll be okay. Just watch the heart drop out of myself and everyone else as I make that stupid jump. How much helium did I find? I found enough helium. Let's go use it before anything stupid can happen. Oh yeah, my fixing laser is still...
Hydration level is decreasing.
I am well aware my hydration level's decreasing, game. I got good news for you. If I die, nothing bad happens because most of this stuff isn't important. There we go. Now the balloon is bigger. Mostly longer, and I'm probably going to end up slamming it into more things because it's so far forward now, but, you know. At least now I can put more things on the ship. Like the rain collector while it's raining. The rain that's clearly so totally going to hit the rain collector through the balloon. Which, on that note, how is it getting so wet here when the balloon is most likely blocking the majority of the rain? What sorcery is this? Next you'll be telling me it's raining indoors again. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened. Well, that actually fills up pretty quick. At least with enough to fill a singular bottle. We do have condensers, so we should probably be using them. I don't understand why I can't put more dirty water in while it's purifying. Like, it's not like it needs to be a stable contained system on this side. It does that. That's how I feel about that. And if you understood that sound, good for you. Maybe. You know, I'm actually not sure if that's good for you at all or not. It probably isn't. If anything, I should probably tell you to be worried. So I'm not sure understanding me is healthy. Oh, did these not finish? God damn it. Okay, we have a full set of dirty water, so I'm not going to pick that up right now. So I want to keep these bottles empty so I can pull out the clean water and cycle it. There we go. Now we move the water over here. Fill that up. Now that'll finish doing its thing. Who knows how long that was empty for. There we go. That sorts all of that out. Was kind of lazy about that for a bit, and that's why all of our meters started to get to be problematic again. Do I have another manifold? I do. Let that fill up. Let's see. We don't need any of these things because we have them all already. We do want a location radar. Let's go ahead and get that made. And that'll tell us where other worthwhile places are. We do still have more to clean out from this location as well, which I am more than likely gonna forget before I get very far, but it's fine. I'm sitting here doing my due diligence loop right now. Go ahead and pull all this water out of there because it won't start spinning until the water's removed. There we go. I also didn't figure that was gonna be 5 water, but you know what? We take those. The one disadvantage to not really having walls in here is gonna be, I'm assuming the location radar has to go on a wall, just like the posters and such.
Printing complete.
So that might be slightly complicated to find a home for. I say as I just plop it right here. Oh, wow. So that's a lot of information. Can I, like... Nope, I can't interact with this in any way. I just can look at it. Which, you know, looking at it's actually very useful to begin with, but you understand why I say that. Really, I only got 3 bottles of dirty water out of that one? What a ripoff. Oh, but now that's gonna be... Uh-oh. I might have fucked up. No, I didn't. We're okay. I almost ran out of places to put things for a moment there as far as the water goes. It would have been a problem. But I think we had one more set of bottles in the storage anyway, so it would have been fine.
Fatigue. Rest is recommended.
Yeah, I know. You want to go take a nap. You know what? So do I, but you don't hear me doing it. I always want to take a nap. Now, the reason I put the scanner where I did is you'll notice I can see it while I'm driving. I just need to make sure not to crash the ship while doing this. So I need to, like, oscillate back and forth now and then. So, like, we navigate around this mountain and then we see what we see from there. Based on the map, there's something to our left. Like, right there. I don't see shit. So I'm gonna assume that's, like, lower or something. I do remember from looking at the stuff for the update that there are places you can actually go under the dust. We just don't have that capability yet. Ow, fuel depleted. Sad. Saddest day. You know how I said I was gonna forget to grab the rest of the resources from the place we were leaving? Guess who just remembered that he didn't do that? Guess who has no intention of turning around even though he should? We're instead gonna grab the food rations right quick. Grab the boiled patat. Eat that. I'm carrying the rations on me in case we somehow have, like, a massive down spike in our food meter while we're sleeping. I also forgot that I had something cooking, but that's neither here nor there. Turns out I didn't need those. But better to have them in my hands and not need them than to not have them. I assume motherboard research would get me more options, but let's get the flashlight because I keep forgetting about that as well. Not that we've encountered anywhere dark enough that I have needed it, but it's probably important to have. And then we'll get the motherboard researched. And we will build a computer and start streaming in the game to all of the people that would hear us, which is no one. That's clearly a brilliant idea. And that taught us nothing. Fine, we'll get the advanced insect lore just in case it unlocks something else. But it's looking like you only learn recipes by scanning things, not by doing other research. Though I thought we did have a research lead to something else earlier, but I might already be confused. I don't know. We also probably should actually research making that second fabricator. That would make a lot of sense to do. I do kind of wish the game had, like, an all tab for these places. Like, instead of having to go tab to tab, you could just select show all and sift through it. Like, I get that it would be kind of inconvenient, but in some ways, at least to me, it would be more convenient than going from tab to tab and forgetting which tab the thing I'm looking for is in. But I understand that's also a very niche use case, probably.
Printing completed.
So I just want to be able to see everything at a glance and be able to sift through quickly. Which would only really work early on. Later on, it would stop being at all effective because you'd have 50 things on screen and not be able to do anything with any of them.
Printing completed.
There we go. Now we have a flashlight. Which is like a letter away from being really awkward, but we don't need to talk about that. And I could make another garden plot, but I have no reason to do so at the moment. Ow. I think I got hit with that tumbleweed. Like, not even the ship. I think I just got smacked upside the head with that tumbleweed. Rude. No, I'm gonna save the rotten food. The reason I'm saving the rotten food is for when invariably we learn to make the bigger one. Because I suspect that we need the rotten food to make the biomass. Or at least that's gonna be one of the options.
Storm is coming.
Oh, we haven't had an actual, like, proper storm yet, have we?
Printing completed.
This could be bad. I wonder if I should go land somewhere before the storm hits.
Printing completed.
Well, not that we have a choice, it's here. Storm incoming my ass, it's already here. I can't help but notice that we're moving slower.
Lightning strikes the highest targets. Lower altitude or seek cover.
That's kind of the thing I was figuring. Ow. Because I don't think we're going to find any cover.
Airships
Ow.
positively damaged. Airship interior exposed. Crew's health at risk.
Oh, great. Got struck by lightning, my frame rate's dying. I'm dying. Because that lightning bolt took half my health about, so that's not great. Yeah, that's decidedly not ideal. And I can most assuredly not see much of anything. And the wind is actually fighting me. Oh, we haven't been to this one yet. Convenient. That means we might be able to get some helium to make some helium fuel here. I am so glad I turned the thunder effects down in this game. Because otherwise this would be deafeningly loud, for sure. Gotta get around the wind turbine, because I'm gonna land on the lower section rather than landing on the higher section this time. So that we don't get struck by lightning. Hopefully. I feel like that makes sense, but I also
Hydration level is
need to be careful not to fly too low. Ooh, there's actually like a whole place over there. So I think we land like by this bridge here then. Because we can't really fly too much lower. Otherwise we hit the dust barrier apparently and it becomes a whole to-do. There we go.
uncharted area. The preliminary analysis started.
Oh, wow.
Analysis complete. Detected new objects requiring scanning.
We've definitely taken some damage from that lightning strike. Oh, wow. Look at all that. Convenient that we happen to get to an interior place just in time for an actual full-on thunderstorm, huh? Oh, god damn it. I fly us somewhere to be safe, and the thunderstorm just leaves. Delivery of automatic extractor prototype. Operating extractors gives everyone a hard time. The sores on hands from hours of squeezing the trigger, the painful back from the concussion when extracting, the headache from the noise, and above all, how much time it all takes. But today we are going to get a prototype of the automatic extractor. We're all very excited. This could be the end of our problems. We're still waiting for the airship with the package. I hope that the coming storm will not hinder the delivery. This place just is a storm magnet, huh? Look at all that helium. That's gonna be some good fuel. Food, straight up some helium fuel. I'm gonna need to make more storage space. Boom door. Is it bad that I was like, please let that be a storage upgrade? Which of course it wasn't. My ship looks so out of place, just parked diagonally right there, just like, yep, this is where we sat. Just like emergency docking, just slamming into the side of the building here. And put the food ration away. Just drink that. It's fine. Put our full stack of machine parts away because we're just gonna end up picking up more machine parts. We can actually run for a little bit right now because we've rested. Because basically you'll notice your running meter can't go past where your fatigue meter is at any point. And on the bright side, it looks like we have enough helium fuel to actually travel a decent distance with this, because we got 75 now, which is almost as much as we've been putting in the fuel we've been making. And since it's supposed to be more efficient, it should allow us to travel as far, if not further, in theory. I don't want to get in there. Looks like I might have to dock with this little platform here in order to be able to get the way in there. But first and foremost, let's have a look in here. Whoa, everything went green for a second. I got concerned. There we go. Yeah, I'm more concerned about the fact that my screen went green than I was about falling at that exact moment. This is where we saw the machine. Give me this. Automatic deck extractor. That's gonna be a huge boon for us, actually, because it means I won't have to actively chase after the material. It'll just get material for me. I'm sure it's gonna need like a motherboard and all kinds of nonsense to make, though. Let's see, let's see, let's see. How do I... I have a bad idea about how to proceed from here. And a hey up. And a up. Damn it. Of course, the last jump's the one that failed. At least it was the least dangerous of the jumps, too, so it's fine. There was also nothing here, though, which is incredibly disappointing. I love that hupping and hey hupping, and all I did was nearly break my legs. I presume this is where the airship that was mentioned ended up. It slammed into the side of the building and cracked in half. Because that looks to be the cockpit right there. Well, that's a shame for them. Great for me, though, because it meant that the prototype ended up where I can find it. So, you know, that's always good. And clearly I, the apparent savior of humanity, is gonna need it, so... They couldn't have sent a crew, no, they gotta send one jackass in a drop pod. Try to save the universe. Well, no, correction. Ruin the universe by saving humanity, because let's be real, if humanity continues to exist, we are going to destroy the majority of the universe, probably. Because that's just how we roll. I assume I was probably intended to, like, climb around on the inside of this thing, perhaps. There's also this, but I think this is how I was supposed to get down to this in the first place. There's that. Hey. Where I get more helium. And if anybody's wondering if I internally declench like half the times I make those jumps, you'd be right. Because boy, have these been sketchy jumps I've been doing. Especially since every time I make that jump, I remember that invisible wall I slammed into earlier today, and I'm like, you know, at any time I could run into another one of those and just plummet to my death instantly. But at the same time, that's probably the only way we're gonna get things, is if I hurl myself into the void in the air and hope for the best. Now, what this does tell us, though, is based on that log, it's safe to say that things like extractors and tech like that existed before the fall of Earth. So that's an interesting thing to think about. Because that means we advanced a fair bit technology-wise before everything went wrong. Which makes me wonder if the way humanity got wiped out, was it a case of we fucked up and did something that wiped out the species again? Because that certainly happened more times than I'd like to count. Owned in fiction, and is likely to happen eventually in life as well. Or did like a meteor or something come down and wipe humanity out by completely changing everything? I don't know. We don't have an answer to that yet. We know the virus exists and was screwing everything up. But we don't know if it was like a man-made mistake or what have you yet. I don't think. Either that or I'm forgetting things already. Oh, this is the thing I was like, I'm gonna have to fly into it. See, that's exactly what I was afraid of with all the jumps I did before. Is that he was gonna do a baby jump at some point and go, oh goddamn, nowhere. Well, you know what? There's more than one way to get in there. We can also bring the ship in a bit closer and break some of these walls down, too. Though I think bringing the ship in a bit closer isn't actually going to help that much. You know what? I'm going to do this for science, but I should probably heal first. Have full health for this idea. Hiya! Made it. Because, you know, he couldn't cross this gap, but he can yeet himself halfway across the ages on a stupid jump. Sometimes. This was for nothing, wasn't it? This was for absolutely fucking nothing. This was for completely and absolutely nothing. And I didn't even break my legs. You know, sometimes the world just hands you disappointment after disappointment, and I just don't know what to do with that information. I wanted to have at least broken my leg so I had something to show for it. You know, sometimes you're just doomed to disappointment. I will say, after we're done looting this place, we're probably not going to need to make any clean water for a bit. At least, no, not to sustain ourselves. Because we found a handful of old canned waters. Though, never mind. They don't really give you that much, so we're probably going to end up drinking them all, just finishing cleaning this place out. So ignore that statement. That statement was completely pointless. Just like that whole area I climbed into. Oh, good, a souvenir mug. I looted this entire upper plane, and all I got was a lousy mug. Inventory's full again. Jesus. Oh, no wonder we have an extra space of helium fuel now, which is great. Don't get me wrong, that's fantastic. But it's also upsetting. I'm just gonna eat these food rations. I don't care right now. I'm gonna regret that later, and you know what? I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, because we have basically infinite food. It just means I'm gonna have to put in more work making food. And you know what? Sometimes that's just gonna have to be a thing that happens. Because we now have enough fuel to go quite a distance. Let's go drop some of this off on that note. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep having more storage issues. Wow, this really got very badly fucked up. We were told that some part of the ship was destroyed, but I hadn't anticipated quite the damage we had.
Calories level is decreasing.
The way the ship keeps creaking, I keep thinking something's on the ship about to come kick my ass. Like, haha, surprise, you were told there was no combat, but good news, there is, haha, die.
Printing completed.
There we go, that fixes that damage up. How's the fuel looking in the tank? 60? Okay, we'll go ahead and just pop the helium fuel in straight away and turn the engine off until we're ready to leave.
Hydration level is decreasing.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting thirsty. It's okay. Drink that. Feel better about life. Drink that too. Like, these are gonna be some of the highest we're gonna have had our meters this entire time. We did learn some things that we should research as well. Yep, I figured we needed a motherboard. Didn't anticipate polymer, mostly because we'd never seen polymer before. Can I progress this without having the whole thing? I can, okay, good. So let's just put these things in their requisite research bits now, so I don't have to maintain a stock of all of those things.
Research finalized.
There we go. Now we can make an additional fabricator. So if I wanted to, I can make like the motherboard now, so I don't have to think about it later. I don't know why I put the mug next to the plants. I just kind of threw it there. This is weird to me. The fact that I can't put things like medkits down there to be a usable item. You have to actually put like tools and such down there and nothing else. Like, it's not a bad thing because you just click them in the inventory anyway, so it's not like it's an issue. It's just alien to other games, so I'm like, why does this work this way? Why? Oh, hey, it's actually marked a trail of the path we took, too. That's actually super helpful. Especially since the ship is facing a radically different direction than how we got here because of the storm. Okay, it just needs a transformer for us to make another fabricator. This way we can have multiple of those like I was talking about before, so we can basically just have some things on tap all the time. Let's go ahead and make ourselves another engine. So I stop talking about doing that and actually goddamn do it. I'm gonna have to find a new place to put them, though. I cleaned up the inventory a bit, though, which is nice. Give me that back. Pick up the engine. What it'll probably turn into is we'll put, like, the engines out here on the corners. Except I can't do that because of what the stupid rotor is.
Maximum flight altitude reduced.
Printing completed.
We never did finish putting the outer edge on this thing either, because we were running out of the ability to lift the ship up. So let's grab some synthetics and sort that out. One second, y'all. There's a bug that needs to be addressed. Walking on my desk. So he's on the keyboard now, which is upsetting. Hey there, Doom. I'm gonna mute for a second. Bear with me a moment. So good news, it's hurt. Bad news, it flew away and I don't know where it went. Because it apparently did not die to me bringing the hammer down on it. So that's a thing. So the keyboard probably protected it a bit. I'm just glad that mashing the keyboard trying to hit it did not walk me off the edge and kill me. But how you doing, Doom? And the only reason I muted is so that you didn't hear a loud bang as I was trying to smash the stupid thing. It's been pretty good. It's a very chill game because, you know, there's no combat or anything really to worry about. The only thing you really need to be afraid of is when a storm rolls in and tries to blast you out of the sky with lightning so far. I am so looking forward to having that auto extractor that we've learned about. So I stop having to do this. Yeah, there we go. Because as much as I love the gimme beam, I definitely do need the capacity to not have to do that anymore. Game, please. just wanted to be able to put the turbine on the side, which means I needed to be able to walk out there. Is now we can take the engine I made and put it opposite the other engine that we already had as soon as I can find a way to get there. Because I kind of have cramped things a little bit. Good enough.
Flight speed increased.
That looks close enough. I'll take it. I will say, even on normal, there is a lot of juggling these meters down here. It's, of course, just the nature of a survival game for you to have to do that. But it does get to be a bit of a distraction depending on what you're looking for out of the experience. There is, of course, an easy mode where it's a lot less of an issue. So there's a workaround for that either way. I just need more synthetics for another balloon core.
Printing completed.
Let's see, we wanted that transformer for another fabricator, yeah. Go ahead and build that, and then I'll probably move the fabricators like over here somewhere. This way they stop interfering with my ability to get on and off the controls.
Printing completed.
They are, but they aren't. Like I said, it depends on what you're looking to get out of the experience. If you're looking to explore the world and see what it has to offer you, that the meters don't necessarily enhance that angle of the experience. They can at times be a detraction from that angle of the experience. Is all it ends up doing is like, oh hey, I have to stop and just manage these meters for a moment, and now I can continue with what I was doing. Is like, even now, I have kind of turned them into a non-issue just by virtue of having a singular plant pot, because I now don't need to worry about running out of food. That's the kind of weird thing with situations like that. It's as soon as the surviving becomes trivial, the meters cease mattering. And like at this point, surviving is kind of trivial. Like I would have to stop doing anything for a while to run out of supplies. And as long as I keep exploring, I'm also finding plenty of resources even if I wasn't manufacturing resources. So it's not really intended to be a case of, oh god, I'm only barely scraping by on resources unless you play on like hard or hardcore. And even then, I don't even know how much you'd be scraping by on resources at that point either, because all those do is make the meters travel faster. And again, none of this is a statement of any of this being a bad thing or a problem. It's just a statement of this is the state of things as it stands right now. Let me just pick my research station up for a second so I can get at this engine. Yeah, because this doesn't have fuel in it. There's gonna be an uneven amount of fuel in these, and that'll just have to be okay for the time being. I could put the synthetic fuel in, but it isn't as good as the helium. And so, since we have the helium, I'm gonna use it. I could make enough helium to balance out the engines. Yeah, you know what? I should probably just do that. Where's helium fuel in here again? There it is. Yeah, it's just one helium and some synthetics, and it makes more fuel per shot than the synthetic fuel does anyway. So we'll go ahead and make some extra of that. But I think part of the thing is also I'm used to playing automation games all the time, so I always end up making more than I need to of things. So I end up getting ahead of the curve a lot of the time. And I think that's what ends up making these survival games a little easier for somebody that operates the way I do, because I end up, you know, having extras of everything. So you never run into that scarcity issue that makes a game like this actually difficult at times. The only time I was running into scarcity was when I literally couldn't make additional things. Because, for example, out of this one singular small plant pot I have, I get 2 things that I can use to make food in exchange for one of them. So it ends up working out in a way that I literally have infinite ever since I got one of these patats. And the only way this would start ungluing a bit is if there was multiple people, but at that point multiple hands would be doing multiple tasks, so it would balance itself out anyway. And this game, I don't think even has multiplayer, so that's not really a valid concern to have anyway. But now that we have more engines, let's take off and actually... now let's make another turbine before I take off. This way we have a bit more height to take off too, while I'm sitting here thinking about such things. I know I have the machine parts, I just need to see what I need for the electrical elements. More synthetics. Okay, we'll get on the move and then we'll deal with that then. Because this particular spot doesn't seem to be as good for that material. Have we been over there yet? Yes we have. If we go past those, we see some places we haven't been, it looks like. Engine damaged immediately. God damn it. Let's go a bit higher because we are flying fairly low. Wow, all of our stuff just got torn apart immediately. Why is everything getting damaged so much? Oh, there's just a cluster of items flying around, so we're getting pummeled. That's one slightly frustrating thing with this game is these debris fields are great because you can grab them for material, but the way they just beat the hell out of your ship is kind of inconvenient. Like, it's not like you have the capacity to move evasively to dodge them or anything, so you're just gonna take the beating and then you have to fix it again. That, I presume, is... Yeah, that's a 3-light place, so that's somewhere we haven't seen at all yet, because we've only seen 2 lights. Lights at most. It looks like we're not even gonna be able to get to the top of it. We're gonna have to land below and climb up. If we even can. It almost looks like we can't even climb up there. Let's park for a second and get some of these synthetics that are flying around. Of course, the moment I mount onto the gimme beam, there's gonna be no more spawning, probably. That's been my luck half the time. Because I feel like it's almost like Raft in that if you're not moving, you get a lot less items spawning. But if you're moving, then you have that constant concern of crashing into something while you're trying to grab items. And I just ain't about that right now. With Raft, you at least have the advantage of one person steers the boat, one person grabs the loots. So it balances itself out. Let's see. There's my machine parts. What we'll do is we'll put the other turbine on, and meanwhile we'll have this make me some more repair patches, and we'll go see about fixing the engines.
Printing completed.
And fixing the turbine as well. Was it literally all the damage on one engine? Yeah, 10% damage on one engine and our speed was crippled. That's one thing about the damage in this game that gets kind of frustrating for me, is like, half the time it says there's no damage on things, but apparently it's critically damaged somehow, and I'm like, where? Why? How? So that's something I kind of hope they will work on a bit more, because it's a bit confusing. Like, there's a lack of clarity there. And it might just be that I'm misunderstanding something, because that's easy to have happen while you're broadcasting something, but I'm hoping that I'm not quite that stupid. But I wouldn't be shocked if I'm stupid. Okay, now that we have a higher max height, we might be able to land on one of those platforms up there, which is the whole reason why I bothered to do this now instead of waiting. That is, of course, if we don't get crippled before we even get high enough. Did we get damaged just by trying to get to max altitude? I almost feel like I need to make like little compartments for the turbines and engines to live in, just to protect them from all the random flying crap. Which you would think with the engines being tucked on the back of the ship, it really shouldn't be that big a problem, but apparently it's a pretty big goddamn problem. Now, am I at a high enough height to dock with this, or is this too low? So that looks really close. Nope. Good enough. And park it. Perfect. Good enough. Just turn the engines off so they don't waste all of the helium fuel. Since the helium fuel's the good stuff, I don't want to waste all of it. And here we are. The overgrown tower, the greenhouse. Apparently this is where that crazy guy Noah ran off to.
New objects requiring scanning. Virus activity is increasing. Threat of permanent immunodeficiency.
I wonder if that's a timer or if that's just like a plot thing where I'm slowly dying. I haven't really gotten a coherent answer there either. That water's awful. Okay. There we go, polymer. Crossbow and bolts, knife. Now wait a damn minute. See, I thought that, but I was parked one time and I had less fuel when I came back than when I had left. But good to know. And welcome to me figuring out how everything works. Hopefully you're doing well today. As the game stutters a little because it does not particularly like this place, apparently. I'm sure I want this plant oil for something, so we'll just go ahead and bottle all of that. I got plenty of bottles. Petite Astra seed. All the polymer I'm going to need for the moment, looks like. Okay, I probably shouldn't go that crazy bottling plant oil. We do have one extra slot, so we'll grab that, and now I'm going to stop grabbing it for the moment. We can always turn around and grab it. Should we really need to? I'm definitely going to need to make a greater amount of storage, though. there's a staircase there. Wow, he really was going ham with the plant and oil around here, wasn't he? Then again, an operation like this, it makes sense you'd want to have a lot of plant oil. Yeah, I didn't think I was missing anything there. It's never quite been dark enough that I feel like I need the flashlight so far. Especially since everything gets highlighted anyway, so it's like, what's the point? I hear bees. Probably up these stairs. Well then. This looks important. Ah. There's something in there. It's either in there or up there. Ah, green colander. Just need to cut that off with a knife. Good to know. Ah, that's where I was intended to dock. And I can make a docking plank now. Once I research that. Fucking bees.
The immune system
Ow.
has dealt with viral infection.
The bees and I do not get along. I'm becoming less and less convinced of the idea of saving the bees. Ah. Okay. That's how we get biomass fuel. Which we already learned exists by finding it. Wait. I scanned that already. Oh, that's glass as opposed to glass component. Understood.
Has dealt with viral infection.
Got cut by the glass a little bit, I assume. But we learned about coffee. Everybody loves coffee. Yep, just gonna scoot by that again. I guess scooting a little closer meant I didn't get
Fatigue.
cut again.
Rest is recommended.
Yeah, I know. I'm tired. Uh-huh. Well, that's unusual.
Is decreasing.
Do I have anything to take care of needing rest, or am I gonna have to turn around?
Calories level is decreasing.
I mean, technically, I don't have to turn around. We're not so fatigued that he's gonna, like, drop here in a second, but it'd be a better idea than going too deep in. Come on, scan it. You're looking right at it. Come on. There you go. Unique insect lure. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and have this guy take a nap, and then we'll come back up.
Immune system has
Ow,
dealt with
bees.
viral infection.
Thinking there's all this. I forgot to scan the barrels. There we go. The way I parked that seems like just such a bad idea. Yeah, I know. You can't even jog a foot without freaking out. I know. I just want to get there sooner. Of course, now we have weird dreams when we solve Noah's stuff or something stupid like that will happen. No? No weird dreams? Okay, good. Half expected to start going as crazy as he apparently was. Of course, considering he had a much more sensible setup going here than the expedition did, maybe he wasn't the crazy one. Much more sustainable situation here. Speaking of, let's do some work while we're over here. Oh, the plant oils for making the polymer. Okay. That's not gonna be bad at all, and we definitely want the automatic dex extractor. especially since they come with built-in containers. And I'm assuming we'll be able to get biomass out of this whole situation, since that's required for biomass fuel. I probably get it by cutting some of the like creepers and such down if it were to be a betting man. Go ahead and put the polymer into each of these things before anything can happen to it. Toss the plant oil into that. I'll get more synthetics in a second here. Ooh. Definitely gonna want that in a hot minute, but we'll worry about that in a little bit. Good to know, good to know. What am I short on for the motherboard? Which is over here. I just need the circuit boards that I have in my box and the plastic strap that I might have in there too. Oh no, I don't have the circuit boards in the box. I thought I was storing those. I guess I used them all already. That's fine. We can fix that easily enough as well. The biggest problem is going to be I'm going to run out of copper. Because I was lazy and didn't collect it all, and I was already kicking myself about that before, and I'm going to kick myself about it more. Is I'm not going to have enough. And I keep disconnecting from the chat now, so that's concerning. Twitch may be having a moment. Because I'm not seeing anything dropping on my end. But I've disconnected from the chat twice now. So if other people are experiencing similar, do let me know, because that'll help me confirm what the hell's going on with that. But yeah, priority one's definitely going to be getting that extractor sorted out, so I stop having to stop like this for these things.
Hydration level is decreasing.
Oh, stop whining. Go ahead and poke some holes in this place while we're waiting to see some synthetics show up. Get the glass that I'm going to need, for example, while we wait. I'm probably going to need to move where this is or move the ship in order to see anything. Because having it on the front really only mattered for when we were using it while traveling, so I wouldn't crash into things. Of course, this is apparently just a fairly dead area slash dead time, because there's a whole lot of fucking nothing here. This still isn't going to solve the copper problem, but we can at least take care of our synthetic needs. And if the electric components didn't take copper, we would be fine. But obviously electric components are going to take copper. That's just how that works. It'd be kind of weird if they didn't. Okay. Brain is starting to die out a little bit on me, so we might not be going for too awful much longer, even though it's kind of early today.
Research finalized.
Oh, I can plant ink bulbs, actually, so maybe we'll plant one of those just to see what they bring to the table. It would be great if it was actually gold, yeah, but for some reason polymer looks like gold. It's all the trick. It's all lies.
Calories level is decreasing.
Yes, I know my calorie level is decreasing. It's okay. This is gonna take 10 minutes to grow. But we have unspoilable food on hand, so I'm not worried about running out of patats for a bit. I am gonna make sure not to cook the other patat so we don't lose them completely. And put that in storage, because otherwise we won't be able to keep planting more of them. And I don't know what the ink bulb does yet, so I don't want to end up shooting myself in the foot on food. Nice. Hopefully you enjoy it. Bottle that up. Chuck that in there. And just drink that for sake of convenience of the second. That is nice that makes 5 plant oil. I mean, 5 polymer out of 3 plant oil. So that's actually a pretty good return on investment. Okay, so I need 9 electric elements to make the 3 circuit boards that this needs. And I just need to make a bunch of plastic scrap, which that's easy. That's just synthetics. But it is going to be a lot of synthetics. Which that's a blessing and a curse. Looks like that's growing 3 things instead of 2. So that, if that is edible, we might be in business with that. We'll see. I bailed out of going in here because we were getting low on energy, though, so we can go back in now. Definitely don't want to walk on that pipe, because that's going to go nowhere but death. Okay, I admittedly probably wouldn't have picked up this game quite yet if it weren't for the fact that I'd been given the key via Lurkit by the developers, so that's always something to keep in mind as well, is there's always variables like that in play. Preternatural branch. Toxic plant. Okay. That's not ideal. Need an immunity booster for that. Like, don't get me wrong, I had my eye on this game for a while and was intending to pick it up. This just moved my plans forward, is basically what I'm getting at with that. Which it's convenient that it had a decently sizable update recently anyway, so it all kind of goes hand in hand in a nice way. What I really should do is probably figure out making the knife. Ooh, more lobster peppers. Well, that would have solved my energy problem. Oh well. Then I wouldn't have had to go back and sleep. So, honestly, very wasteful to be using those just to stop having to sleep anyway, but, you know, laziness. Yeah, I got the room for these. So all these do is make med kits anyway, really, at the moment, that I know of. Oh. This is just the other side of the you don't go that way door. No, it isn't. That's just a different you don't go that way door. Let's see. As the frame rate leaves me once again. Interesting that I can't scan these Noah drawings. I can only scan the ones back at the original place we found them. They don't light up like they were already red either.
Immunity is decreasing. Diseases might become more severe.
Change in health status caused by the virus activity has been detected. Threat of disease increases. Caution is advised when eating raw food interacting with infected life forms. Immunity permanently reduced to 75%. Well, that's upsetting. I got plot audited on that one. No power for a computer. I gotta go up there to power the computer. Because, like, I'm assuming it's a plot thing that I lost some of my immunity. Not a timed thing at that point, because that was a very convenient bit of timing. If people are wondering what I'm doing, I'm chasing the blue wire. Because that's where the power box the battery needs to go into is. It just can be a little hard to track at times because it disappears into the environment a bit. That's looping back. Oh, I need to make the knife in order to get access to that, don't I? This is all blocked off. And I need to cut those vines to get at it. So I guess Noah's whole situation here got overgrown since he wasn't here to tend it anymore. Well, let's go figure out the knife then. Yeah, I know. The bees just happen to be right next to the stairs, so I get stung every time I go up and down. No, I would definitely recommend this game to anybody that's interested in what they're seeing so far. And if you so choose, there is exclamation Lurkit to get the store page printed out for you in the chat, so that you can more readily get it.
Hydration level is decreasing.
Yes, I know. Hydration level is decreasing. Stupid pushy robot voice. Yelling at me to take care of myself.
Completed.
Put the water in there. Remember how I said the only way I can end up in trouble as far as food and water goes is when I get it's stupid and distracted? Well, good news, I'm stupid and distracted right now. So we're actually out of water, but it's fine because we've got plenty of meter left to fix that problem. And it has conveniently begun to rain. So we can bottle up some more dirty water to get purified. Biggest problem I have right now is that my storage space has gone to hell in a handbasket again. So what I'll do is I'll move that over, I'll make a small storage, and we'll go from there. Except I need the plastic scraps to make the storage. There we go. Just go ahead and drop that on the floor for now. But that's something to remember, is that you drop things at your feet, not where you're looking necessarily. So if you're trying to get rid of something by throwing it, you can't actually do that. Much to my eternal chagrin with the rotten food earlier, when I was trying to throw it away and it just kept falling in front of me and laughing at me. This way I can actually clean up my inventory a bit, and we can actually function once again. Putting that poster there is actually going to be a very big detriment to my functionality as well. I really need to rethink how I did this. It was great initially, and it's falling apart now. It's just upsetting me. Start boiling the lobster peppers. Get those sorted out. The good news is we know where windmills are because they're marked as such. And there's another overgrown tower just right over there, apparently. Over there being that. And that one, actually, too. But we didn't peel all of the copper out of these windmills, so we could always turn around and just clean those out for the copper we're gonna need. The important thing is, yeah, we just needed plastic scrap for the knife. So we'll finish researching that. We'll get a knife made. We'll go cut the plants out of the way. Which is the main reason I wanted the additional storage space, is I assumed I was going to end up getting a lot of different items from doing that. So it was going to become a whole thing. I could also get the crossbow done, but I don't see any need for the crossbow at the moment. Okay, I just need to make more plastic scraps. The amount of different tabs we have is why I wish there kind of was like an all option, just so, since I know what I'm looking for, I can find it instead of having to sift through every single tab or memorize what each tab means. It's like, it's not too big a deal to memorize what the tabs mean because a lot of them are self-explanatory, but like the component one is what messes with me consistently because I see a broken circle and that doesn't mean anything to me.
Calories level is decreasing.
Printing completed.
So what I'm getting at is, if you could mouse over these and that would pull up the labels, that would be nice as well. It's minor things. None of it is like, oh my god, this is ruining the game for people. It's like, nah, it would just be nice. And if that's the only criticisms I can find, you know that you're dealing with something decent here, because of the fact that we all know that I am more than happy to say everything negative I think of for a game. I have not held back on anything before. Nor would I, even if I was given the key, or hell, even if somebody paid me to play a game, I would still tell them exactly what I think of it. So let that be a warning to any future sponsors out there. Understand what you're getting. We have a constant shortage of construction resources. What we manage to transport from the surface is not enough for long. The distiller is designed to help with this. It allows you to extract oils and resins from plants and from them produce resources such as polymer. In addition, it allows the creation of fertilizers and faster cultivation. A well-built garden can be a self-sufficient source of building materials. This will make us independent of having to search for resources. This, I assume, is the distiller right here. So that'll actually be huge. If we can have our own onboard way of generating polymer and things like that. Okay, use the stamina to use the knife, as you'd expect. Oh, good, we got a green colander seed there, so we don't have to worry about running out of those. Let's see, what floor was that on? I think it was over here. Yeah, because there's the drawings. This is also where you, as expected, where we get biomass. There we go, that turns Noah's computer on. The disease is devastating my body. I feel the end is near. I already died once. Then the voice sent me a vision. It brought me back to life. I must find the cure and bring it to the tree from which a new world will grow and pay off my life debt. I have to get to the virus laboratories. They were built on some kind of special gardens in places like this. They researched the cure there. This is the only way. The problem is that something happened there and all of the labs are now contaminated. I have to get the equipment to produce a booster that will allow me to enter there. The voice tells me to look for it on the lift locations. They are locked, but I've managed to hack the computer and get the past component blueprint. I'll rest and then move on. Attachments, coordinates of lift, surface lift location, and past component blueprint for the elevator. I can't help but notice that we still don't have the ability to get the booster, though. So that might be a problem. The booster may be in here somewhere, though. Interesting that the knife is the way to break the glass. I would not have anticipated that. Oh. Hello.
Infection detected.
Great, I now have photophobia, huh? So that's not great. Thing just fucking bit me.
Risk of dehydration.
Create a medicine to cure it. Well, that's great. How do I do that? These are all the things we looked at before. Oh yeah, let's scan that little bastard. Lulling grass cricket. Its venom has a dangerously stimulating effect on human neural pathways. Ah. Well, that explains why we got exactly that from it. Bastard. Let that be a lesson that there are, in fact, dangerous things in this game. Sort out the hydration issue there. It looks like the meter for photophobia is going down. I don't know if when it empties if we'll just die or if it'll go away. My dude here is definitely tired. That's some big rotten food. Anything else gonna try to bite my ankles in here? These seem important. Water tanks. Hell yeah. Master plans. It seems to me that nature itself is against us. None of these master plans are working. This sapling that was brought to us from the experimental gardens doesn't want to grow here. Its development is so slow that it might as well be dead. They said it was unusual and could revolutionize our lives. Bullshit. If it can't sustain itself on our poor ground and water, how are we supposed to keep it alive? It's the same situation they imagined raising animals in gardens. They didn't take into account that we didn't have the space for it, and there's barely enough food for people. we wouldn't have anything to feed them with, and the time to breed one to relative adulthood is at least a year. I'm glad they didn't find any live animals under the smog. They should all accept that now only available future for humanity is slow extinction. Yikes. Somebody's being a bit negative, isn't it? One swing of the knife and I'm fucking wore out. Used to be a ladder going to the top. I also don't see the point to that ladder. But I do see this. Frame rate Y.
Caution. A storm is coming.
Oh, that's bad timing. Well, that explains where the frame rate went, huh? Oh, damn it. So for those wondering what just happened there, I got stuck on a vertice. So to get off of it, I took a single step to the right. That single step to the right was apparently enough to chuck me into the void, where I then fell and broke my everything. The good news is we'll only lose a portion of resources we have on us, which is probably going to be mostly nothing that we lost, really.
Virus infection detected.
Oh good, photophobia stays with us though, so that's nice. Love that for me. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything major missing from our inventory, so I think we really didn't lose much of anything. Wait. I think we lost the green colander seed, actually. It was only supposed to be a portion of your resources, but I guess maybe when you only have one of it, there's a chance for it to take all of it then. That's upsetting. Oh no, there it is. Just doesn't look like a seed at all. Don't mind me, I'm just somewhat blind. The good news is I think the ship's low enough that the ship will be okay, for the most part. And on the bright side, this is a lot of rain for us to collect. You know, I just realized there's a third option in the what happens if we let that meter go all the way through. And that is Mystery Answer C, where the disease becomes permanent. Or actually starts taking real effect, etc. So, photophobia. Madrassiness inhibitor. Looking directly into the sun causes injuries and visual disturbances. Okay, we now know that we can research the inhibitor. Okay. Which requires a dust moth. Okay. At least that's not too bad to get, then. We're just gonna need to go get our bug catcher and move it to a place where it can actually catch stuff again. Not to mention fix it up a bit, because it had a bit of a bad time. Oh, god damn it. I was worried that the lure path was still going to be obstructed there, but I didn't want to have to move it all the way over, like, here or something. Well, let's just hope we catch a dust moth quickly, eh? Let's see. We needed biomass for Big Garden. Yeah, that was the main thing I wanted it for. His Big Garden will allow us to grow things like the lobsters and such. Lobster peppers. I'm not gonna worry about biomass fuel right now. I do want the distiller. Please be a moth. Joy. Get back down there. It's also potentially worth it to research the unique insect lore. And I'm totally not researching the crossbow to get vengeance upon the little cricket that tried to assassinate me. No, not at all.
Research finalized.
Totally has nothing to do with that having happened at all. Okay, those aren't too bad to make. I shouldn't need that many bolts to take care of things. There we go. Moth get. I'm assuming I'm gonna need another one though to actually make the inhibitor. So let's get another lure going and get it sent down for more moths. Yep, need 3 moths. Okay, that's gonna take a little bit of doing. On the bright side, the big garden pot's actually not too bad to make. And neither's the distiller, really. And then we can start doing fertilizer production in order to get these growing faster. Speaking of... Oh, it ran out of water with 6 seconds left. You son of a bitch. So the 2 hardest parts for this is gonna be, 1, getting the thing to give me moths instead of lettuce. And 2 is gonna be getting enough moths before they all go and fucking expire. Maybe in my best interest in order to make multiple insect catchers at this point. Especially considering this one's doing a terrible job.
Printing completed.
Now, I will say this game did have a photosensitivity warning on it, and I'm willing to bet it's because of things like the photophobia effects. So it's just as well that I was planning on ending relatively soon, because I feel like that's going to be bad for people, myself included. New blueprint, overcooked meal. What? Well, this is still edible. But at the rate we're getting no moths, I think we might be in trouble here. Unless all of these end up being moths. That's not a good sign. Yeah, I think that photophobia meter's gonna finish, and we're just SOL on that one. Of course, you know, falling off on the way down definitely didn't help our cause. Wait. Come on. Be a moth. Nope, this one just keeps catching lettuce.
The virus was neutralized.
Oh. It just neutralized itself, so this entire effort was pointless. joy. And since it was stormy and cloudy and crappy the entire time, we never even saw if there was an actual negative effect of that. I mean, I may as well make the inhibitor, or, you know, get no more moths. Stupid bug catchers. Just got an inventory full of lettuce now. Lettuce that I'm just gonna let rot, probably, because it's not even that good. And the moths last for 22 hours, so that's not too bad. Now, ink bulbs. These any good? Since we'd get 3 of them. They do give water and health. They don't give food. At least not immediately. But I'll go ahead and run those again for a second. Can they be cooked? Probably if I had water. There we go. Let's see what happens if we boil it. It says it's a source of paint, so I'm a little worried that when you boil it, it just turns into paint, which is not going to help. But let's see what happens. After all the running around we just did, though, I definitely need to sit here and do some bookkeeping on our supplies as a whole again. That's not bad. That's less food, but it gives water and health. So it's still not bad. Considering the return on investment you get, that's not terrible. I don't think I'll keep growing them after this set unless I make a second planter. But that's an option for if you didn't want to have to deal with the water system of the game, aside from to keep growing more plants. You could just carry those and eat them instead of needing to carry bottles for drinking. I want to see if I can find more things to cut for more biomass in here somewhere. So really, I should probably make the crossbow I was talking about making and follow that angle up first. Stung again. Ow. Oh, great. Got meningitis by walking past bees. You're losing me a little bit here, game. Need brain cleanser. Energy loss increased and auditory and visual hallucinations. Neat. Go ahead and sting me again while I go fix... Oh, I hate this. I hate this already. Give me yellow vision. Okay, how do I cleanse myself of piss vision? Looks like the green colander is important to it, so I'm glad I collected that. Now watch as I need more than one of them and I'm buggered. Now I need a coffee nut, which is not entirely a problem, but not a good thing. I know where they are. They're up higher up in the building. So I should have enough time to get meningitis cured. I do wonder if the immune booster might be placed at the wrong stage of progression. Since you run into so many situations with bees and things. But it may just be that my spawn was bad about that kind of thing too. Like maybe a different spawn of this building wouldn't have had that problem, for example. And it was my own fault entirely that I got attacked by the other thing. Preternatural gnarl. Okay, that's the bad stuff. Enjoy that sound for a bit, y'all, because I'm gonna be like perpetual tired mode now. Oh, great. Because I was dealing with 7 other things, one of my lobster peppers spoiled. Saddest of days. We'll be able to grow more of those soon, so it's not the worst thing. I'm just annoyed about it. I just gotta remember where the stupid coffee place is. Help a lot if the frame rate would stop randomly dying on me too. There we go. Because the thing is, it's alternating between like smooth as butter and just sometimes suddenly and seemingly arbitrarily the frame rate just dies. And I say seemingly arbitrarily because I'm monitoring my usages and none of them are full. So whenever the drops happen, that is. Like memory, not full. Processing, not full. Graphics card, not full. No idea what's happening. Because I had popped that all open while we were going along because I was starting to get curious why this kept happening. Considering, you know, we have a better component in here. But something's going stupid and I don't know what and why. But it's fine. And of course, since the lobster pepper I had on me rotted, I now still can't make the brain cleanser. The good news is I have enough biomass in order to make the thing to plant the... I just need to get more synthetics. Oh my god. Like, there's just a lot of fiddle that's starting to get to me at this point. And some of the fiddle's my own fault. I need to stress that. Some of the fiddle that's happening, that's upsetting me, is my own fault because of the way I've done things. But some of it is just another case of a game with a lot of loose inventory items. A chunk of which really don't have that much of a purpose. They're just there to be more loose inventory items. Well, that was weird. That was the calorie level decrease thing. Trying to tell me that information, but thanks to the fuckery in my brain right now, it ended up telling me something different. Something that I don't think was even words. There goes the green colander. I feel like the spoil time on these things might be a little aggressive. Considering, you know, you're trying to multitask, because you don't really have a choice but to multitask. And a bunch of your stuff just starts spoiling in your pockets because you can't do 7 things simultaneously. Because, like, some of these things have decent amount of time. Like, this says 2 days. That's probably more than it needs, but considering the nature of it, that's not a bad thing.
Printing completed.
So it's also admittedly hard to tell whether the times are short or if it's a matter of it literally took me that long to do some of these things. I can't really get a metric of that. You know, risk of dehydration sounds so much more ominous when it's said with whatever the hell that was. I think we're gonna see if I can manage to beat meningitis, and then we'll end. Both because, like I said, I'm starting to get a little annoyed with it now. So I can tell that my energy for this is running out. Because I'm fascinated by it, but I do have to note that there is an amount of fiddle. And that's not counting the fiddle that I've caused myself to have here, too. And I can't really put my finger on exactly what needs to change for this to be something I'd be happier with. Like, I don't have a major problem with it. I think it's just touching on just the wrong spot just enough sometimes. It's like, I absolutely stand by what I said before about how the survival elements kind of just feel like busy work. Because they're never like, they've never been desperate enough that I felt like it really needed to be a constant thing. And I don't know if that's good enough wording to explain the thought there, but that's all I've got at the moment. Because, like, even if I don't cook anything, don't make anything else, I still have all of those dust lettuces, which aren't going to last much longer. And I still have 3 old food rations stockpiled. So I could make it through, like, an entire in-game day without worrying about that. And if I actually sat here and kept making condensers, I'd be sitting on more water than I knew what to do with. And that's not to say that any of these things should be nerfed in any way or form. I just don't... Like I said, I don't know what to say to have them do to make this more impactful in a way that would be good.
Printing completed.
But something feels off.
Printing completed.
It's like, all I have to do is spend just a little bit of time with both these condensers running, and we will have enough water to run everything for multiple days and still have water for myself, just about. It's just gonna be a matter of waiting for the water purifier to do its job. Which I could make a second water purifier too, and then that issue goes away.
Hot terrorists empty rooms.
I kind of like letting the hallucination audio stay, though. The hallucination audio is fascinating. I don't know what manner of speaking they changed it to be, but it's definitely a thing. There goes the dust lettuce. Like, the dust lettuce is a perfect example of something that is a very aggressive spoil timer, or I feel. Because we didn't have that for very long, and that entire stack spoiled. Now, I did fuck up by not putting water in here, so we might actually not manage to beat the meningitis timer. Not that it matters, because the timer runs out and the disease cures itself. So you just trip for a bit, and then you're fine. Which I suppose that's the other thing, is... nothing feels particularly impactful in this game to begin with, as far as things like that goes. It's like, sure, you could play on a higher difficulty, which means when you die, you drop more things. But really all that does is set you back in time. That really doesn't stop you, if that makes sense. Like, all that does is end up being an inconvenience. And you could make the argument, well then, I guess you should play on hardcore mode. And it's like, well, then you waste even more of your time, because the moment you die, you then have to do everything entirely again. So I don't know what to say about that to make that a better system. It's always a weird thing to think about. It has to be... I think it just has to be the thing you're looking for at the time, and there's not really, like, anything wrong with the system or anything that needs to change. You just have to be in the right mindset and want that at the time for it to be right. And I would be more than willing to say that it may also be me burning out on this kind of system a little bit to begin with. Because I've been doing a lot of, well, like I was describing before, I play a lot of automation games, and I've been playing a lot of automation games, which ends up being a lot of the same kind of thing I'm doing here. Except instead of making machines go burr, I'm making my body not fall over. You know, it still means to an end in the end of that. May as well sleep to see if that makes the time go. Oh, meningitis is preventing you from sleeping. Great. That's lovely. So what you're saying is I have more or less an arbitrary timer preventing me from managing to use the sleep mechanic of the game in order to get my stamina back. Great. Which basically means I either fly around and do stuff until that timer elapses, or I do what I've been doing and just piss about on the ship until the timer passes. There's no, like, expediting that process at this point. Not sure how I feel about that one, aside from probably not positive. Like, it makes sense. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm just saying that that may not be the best. Wait. Did I lose the patats? I lost the patats. Somehow. Wait, when did I lose those? I thought I put those away. Oh, did they spoil while they were put away? Because I was too busy doing 30 other things. God damn it. And now we don't have any of those, so we can't actually grow any more of them. So now, finally, we're at a point where we're actually in danger as far as food goes, because we don't have infinite patat loop anymore. But we can just keep planting ink bulbs, and we would subsist just fine. So it still isn't an issue. It just becomes an inconvenience instead of an issue. But we may just, like, drop from lack of energy here in a minute, because I don't dare eat the coffee nut, because I need that for the meningitis cure. So we're just in a grand inconvenience situation right now. And with 9 minutes left on that timer, I don't think we're beating the meningitis timer. Because if you look, it's gone the span of, like, where the T to the G is, in the span of it taking 2 minutes on the timer here. So I'm pretty confident we lose that race. Which in the end, again, doesn't matter. Because it won't kill us, it's just... Oh, it cured itself. You wasted your time trying to get those materials together to cure it. Haha. All in all, I still recommend this game. You just have to go into it knowing what you're getting. And I only half knew what I was getting when I started this up. So I went into this with the wrong mindset. I'm still, like I said, I'm still inclined to recommend it just because I think what they're doing is interesting. Just be prepared to do a lot of meter juggling, basically, to play it. Because even if you lower it to easy, I think it said it was only like a 20% reduction in how those meters decrease. Which really isn't gonna be that much of a change. Like, it'll help. It'll reduce the speed at which that happens. Obviously, because of the way that decreasing meters works. But the simple kicker to that ends up being... How do I explain that thought? It's still a constant juggle that interferes with the rest of the parts of the game. So if you're looking for the rest of the parts of the game and you really don't want the survival elements of it, then you may want to find something else. That's what I was trying to get at, I think. And there's nothing, again, there's nothing wrong with the game, and there's nothing wrong with not wanting anything to do with that. But that's just where we're at with this one at this point. I think these are just the facts as they are. And before I sit here and just backpedal in a loop, I'm going to get us out of here. I'm just taking a quick last look around because I think I have one that I've chosen, but I'm just double checking. Because I think I can hit somebody fairly early and give them a good start. It's been a bit, yeah. We'll go over there. I was just also double checking to see if there was anybody that caught my eye in the current category, and it's like, eh. The first one I saw was not in English, so maybe not. So we'll go see Kath. Kath's good people, as we've discussed on numerous occasions by this point. And they're doing Stardew Valley, which is not entirely disconnected from what we've been doing here today. Just a bit more grounded. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. We will still be doing Sailblazers with Moth tomorrow. We may be a little late, depending on some things Moth was talking about. We'll see how that goes. I fully anticipate that to be working better with the upgraded hardware. We'll see if it still finds a way to be jank. It probably still will. I would be shocked if it didn't. The Thursday Terraria collab is still scheduled to be going on. We may be doing some bookkeeping here on the server in the next day or so to get prepared for it. Depends on who ends up being available. We'll see how that plays out. And Friday, theoretically, should still be enshrouded with Xeno. It depends on if she ends up having something she needs to do or if something goes horribly wrong to me by then. We'll see. And Saturday, I'll either be doing something I've picked out, or I may have another Lurkit game for you all, because I do have a couple more to get through. We'll see how that works out as well. But till then, go be good to Kath. She's good people, like I've said multiple times, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.